Welcome everyone to VRML 1. Today I'm your host Jamie and I am being assisted today by Lord Visceral. How's it going, Visceral?
It's going fantastic.
Good news. So hopefully you guys did catch the pre-show a few minutes ago. So we have given our predictions today on where we think things are going to be going. So we're going to be bringing that action live to you first. Vikings are going to be taking on Rome. I think these two are the two favourites of the day. Firstly, duking it out. And bans coming in from the Vikings side today will be... Go into it.
The Vikings have banned Cargo and Suburbia, with Rome banning Bazaar and Snow Peak.
So that looks like we are going to be taking the kind of small maps out of the table first on with Cargo and Suburbia, and then Snow Peak and Bazaar kind of middle of the range maps going. Not going to have too many left over. The first map is going to be Downfall, which is one of the biggest to play. Visceral, how are you feeling on Rome on this map?
Yeah, this map has definitely been a favorite of some of the higher level teams for a while. It is very open, very good for their snipers. As far as the team history goes on this map, this season, Rome has only played it a couple of times. They had some split luck on it. They won one of those times. So it has definitely not been that common this season, but this season did have some different maps in play at different times. We had a little custom action in here. As far as Vikings go, are you familiar with their history on this map?
Well, yes, so Vikings have played this map a lot. So, just to put it into perspective, they've played it 5 times this season alone and won that 4 times out of those 5. And knowing their history, having played like beginners quite a lot and boss fight, those EU sides do favour Downfall quite often. So Roma it's going to be a tough fight, and I think they'll be able to bring it to them, knowing how they play. They've got such a great kind of team, and they've all got such good kind of skills of their own, and I think they're going to kind of cause Vikings a little bit of trouble today.
Yeah, it definitely looks like they have a little bit more experience on here than Rome. I did pull up their all-time history, though, and both teams are in the mid-50s for the number of times they've played Downfall in official league matches. And that's not including their scrims, their practices. So these teams know this map like the back of their hand. But I do think that this was Vikings' choice today, and I do think they have a little bit of an edge here. They've got some more experience on it, and I think we'll see some really good plays from them today.
It is going to be such a fun matchup, and I'm really keen and looking forward to be getting into this action. Both teams currently have 5 out of 5 and doing the final deliberations. So whilst they work out what they're going to be doing, the first objective is going to be the lower dumpster, and this one, if you're not familiar with this map, does have two or three different spawns actually. One being the quick spawn all the way on the end of the West Street, and that is a very key one for the kind of more aggressive teams. They can push onto Middle Hotel very quickly and take control there, and then it's kind of surround the objective, meaning Volk are kind of like just caged in on there and not able to get into any positions to be able to cover the crosses. Downfall, it's so important to cover those crosses. And as I'm talking, we are going into the first map now, the first round, so let us get going.
Oh, and we have quick spawn. Vikings have spawned just north of the objective. This is known as quick spawn because they are so close that Marsoc and Volk are able to kill each other the moment time begins. Vikings were able to get across the street without being called out. So we have 4 of them now on the east side of the street. And now we have some fire going out. They do know that it is quick spawn now.
And that's going to definitely change how Rome defend this objective, knowing full well that Vikings are this close. They're going to be kind of more apprehensive probably about taking those further positions for defense.
That said, they do have 2 who are going far east, setting up for some very lanky defense going on here for seeing quick spawn. Perhaps they know that Vikings are a little more slow and methodical, as we were saying during the pre-show here. So they know they can take a little bit of a longer route to get set up for their defense.
Indeed, and we're getting a lot of pre-fire coming out from Mantis and Embo there near the helicopter bungalow. Probably just checking some windows. Not really seeing too much at the moment, but they're certainly trying to get people into those corners and not covering angles. And as quick as
A little bit of
go on, carry on. Sorry.
a little bit of call out from Vikings here. It looks like they have identified Irie's position up there. I don't know if they know that Ree is also over there, but he is breaking off, coming back down closer to objective. We do have a little bit of an east counter flank going on here from Thurwin, getting set up and ready to attack Irie's position over there in Marsoc Towers. Meanwhile, Vikings are posted up and are just looking to get some picks here, looking to tear apart some of this defense before they move forward.
They have spent such a long time currently, though, around this middle bungalow area that they need to be gaining some ground just so they can kind of get some sights onto the objective windows and hopefully take out members. But Varix is sitting in a great spot. That any approach coming from the west will be met with bullets, and Captain Sosa also kind of covering that western street. And Vikings got a lot of work to do, really, to allow this push.
Yeah, they know that their time is almost half up already, and they have not been able to pick apart any of this defense. We are still 5v5, and you were correct. They have some work cut out for them if they are going to make it through this defense. They are going to need to find some kills or make some plays, maybe some utility for some crosses. Ooh, Irie able to pick up Imbo right next to Mantis here, bringing us our first kill.
But
Zone 5 Vikings down to 4.
Thurin
Some
is
attempts at refrag there.
Sorry, Thurin is approaching from Marsop now, and Ree is being peeking over this corner, but he's not quite spotted Thurin moving. And again, but he's definitely seen him, and he finally takes him as he goes in to take out into the Marsop tower there, protecting Iravati. That could have gone. That could have gone differently.
Yeah, that was a very last-second pickup from Ree there. He would have had line right onto him. That said, we have lost a couple of defenders here. Varix goes down, and Captain Soda is still resable, so still making some call-outs there, but he has been downed. Bringing us down to a 3v3. Some smokes come out onto the objective, but Xiaowi is able to take out Noctum. Only 2 left on this Vikings push here.
And Rome at the moment looking so strong, able to kind of surround Vikings with lines of sight, really, and they can't get out of these corners without getting shot at. But Sota is only down. He will be giving the call-outs, though, and he's not going to be able to be finished off. And having somebody able to do that, especially on this kind of map, is so crucial, really, giving the information of where the push is coming from. But with 1 minute 25, I think Rome are going to be pretty strong here.
Yeah, Irie able to get in there and up Soda, so now they are 2v4 with, as you said, less than a minute and a half now. It is looking tight for Vikings on this push, but Shadow Warrior able to get behind the wall. He'll be able to get to the objective without being seen until the very last minute here.
Yes, and that pick up, That pick onto Varix, like I said earlier, is so key because you can just cap from this side of the wall. But Chori has spotted Shadow. And now the objective is open. This is the problem with your long game. The Iravati and Ree have done. They've got to run in now, and the cap can come out in less than 2 seconds. And there it is. Vikings, phenomenal push, really, with like 35 seconds remaining.
Yeah, it looked really bad for Vikings there for a while, but it ends in a cap with those crucial 2 picks, taking out the only people on the west side of the objective, and the quick cap comes in, and they are up 2-0. What a first round for Vikings.
Indeed, and this is what we were talking about earlier with the experience that comes out, the push from Mantis and Shadow Warrior at the same time there, and Mantis going down. I believe Rome probably thought that they'd put that kind of push down, and obviously Shadow Warriors played it so well to get the pick onto Chori as he pushed around that corner. You know, unfortunate really for Rome, unlucky that they didn't get that trade there, because that would have obviously changed things up there, but brilliantly played from Vikings, able to get that cap in such a short period of time. With that much pressure, it's good to see, and that's what we're all expecting to see from these games.
Yeah, you can never count out these teams, even as we just saw a 1v4, less than a minute left, ends in a cap. Just a fantastic play there from Shadow Warrior.
And shout out to the chat as well. Good to see you guys talking, discussing about this game. Let's get your thoughts and opinions on who do you think is going to be the victors of these 2 maps. And whilst you guys deliberate that, we will be going into the next round. This is round number 2. Vikings now defending the same objective. Rome have been fortunate enough to be given the same spawn. And you can see these teams, what they have to do, they have to lay down or at least crouch just so that Volk, when they're checking for that, don't see you early on.
Yeah, but they opt for the pre-fire instead, giving Vikings the key to where they spawn, unable to pick up the kill they were going for. So we are still 5v5, but we see a very different defensive plan from Vikings. No one heading off to the east. Instead, everyone surrounding the objective. Shadow Warrior with a great pickup on Captain Soda leaves them 5-4 to begin their defensive round.
There's some Vikings opting to take the center hotel here, which we didn't see from Rome, and it's a key position for an attack and a defense on this. You're always contesting for it, and whoever can hold it from a defense perspective can just shut anything down coming from the east and the west, and you've got some pretty good sight lines onto the objective, so you don't get the same kind of cap that just happened. And it's going to be interesting to see how Rome attack this and take out this Vikings defense.
Yeah, all's quiet across the field as they are waiting for the other team to make a mistake first. Not getting too terribly peaky, though it looks like Ree's position has been identified. They're waiting to see ahead there. We get a little utility coming out from Chawi. Help cover the cross from Shadow. Get a little bit of fire from Chawi. Over into the east, expecting a little bit of a mirrored defense, but no Vikings over there.
And the flank is going to be coming out from Rome, which for this objective is important. It's being able to split the defense from watching the north and the south. As Volk slowly start getting picked off, that task becomes much harder. And then you have a decision to make. Do you cover the south bungalow push, or do you cover the front and the mid hotel push?
We do see 2 Rome heading out to the east. Ari and Varix heading out there for the flank. Possibly Chawi as well. He's moved north and is now heading over to the east side here. Ree left in the west, looking again to try and pick any of these defensive positions. Vikings keeping it tucked in very tight. Still sitting at 5v4 as Rome tries a new angle of approach here.
The question really is, have they got the time now to be able to push to Marsoc and hopefully get a couple picks onto the Vikings defense? As the key thing for Marsoc when it comes to this or any approach really on Downfall, it's getting those picks and allowing the pushes. And at the moment, Vikings all up, and Rome are yet to really spot anyone and give out any call-outs of the positioning here. And 2 minutes 40 remaining. They need to get around and start getting those picks now.
Interesting. Ree has pulled off of the west. They've now committed the remaining 4 players all the way to this east flank, knowing that Vikings are prepared for quick spawn. They're set up in their positions to get this push from the north defeated, and Rome opting to adapt. They are going all the way around. We did see some fire coming in from Center Hotel on the first couple, Irie and Varix pushing over, so they know at least a little bit is coming from that position, but I don't think they're going to be aware that all 4 have now rotated over here.
No, and we are seeing the lasers come out along this northeastern side, on the southeastern side, should I say, and the callouts will be coming out from Vikings that they're seeing more and more movement over here. But with 1 minute 40 remaining, Rome have got to get aggressive now and take out Mantis and Shadow and hope that they can push somebody in. But Embo finding a pick of his own onto Ree, turning this into a 3v5. And Rome are going to be starting to feel a little bit more cautious on this approach as people do start getting picked off. And time is not their friend at the moment.
See some fire coming out from Chawi, going to cue the defense in that there are still people here in the south. We see lasers turning around, not completely ignoring the north, but still they know that we've got some south and some east action going on here. Shadow Warrior kind of in a tight position here. They're aware that this is a very meta position and one that is much more difficult to hide from the south, but Shadow able to pick up Irie, bringing us down to a 2v5 with only 40 seconds left. Vikings managed to hold on to all of their players so far.
Yeah, this has been such a tight and solid defense, really, from Vikings, doing just what you need to be doing on this map and covering angles, not exposing yourself, and just watching those pushes. And now Chori got a lot to do, really. 15 seconds remaining, but Thrun going to spot him after that pre-fire, giving Vikings their 3-point lead. And that cap was important, as the Marsoc round is the toughest really to get. If you allow as home each point be vault points, then you've got no chance of taking that first map. But Vikings well ahead at the moment.
Yeah, what a strong beginning to the round robin for Vikings to start 3-0. Rome definitely can't be counted out now. We're moving to a different objective. They get their Volk advantage back here, but they need to stop this momentum from Vikings, and we know that Vikings is going to be looking for this shutout here. They are looking to just show dominance from EU to start off this round robin, showing, yeah, there may be only one of us here today, but we're here to win it. We're not just going to play around. And just what a powerhouse offense and defensive round from Vikings to cap the first round and then have a perfect defense. 5 players still up at the end, just showing dominance on this map and showing that, you know, they've been here the longest. They have been playing the longest, and that experience is showing its face here.
Most definitely, but let's not count Rome out just yet. Whilst, yes, obviously they are a couple points behind at the moment. It can all change, and Downfall is one of those. You get an objective that works for you, and you can just crush it, which obviously Vikings did in that first one. So I'm looking forward to see how Rome retaliate now, and we are going into the third round, with the objective being the Heli Bungalow objective.
We saw some very spicy plays on this objective last week during the Championship Cup. Looking forward to seeing how these upper echelon teams attack and defend this objective. Rome opting for a very tight defense this time around, with everyone sticking very close to the objective. We did get a northeast spawn from Vikings. So far, they've kept it quiet. I don't believe Rome is aware of that spawn just yet, as they have now moved into some better positions to be able to look over this defense. And the first pick comes out, Soda able to take out Noctum. Excellent start to the round for Rome.
Indeed, it was such a brilliant kind of long-range shot there. Straight away taking out a member of the Vikings approach, and for Marsoc you need as many members as you can to synchronize that push. So as the second pick also coming out onto Mantis here in between North and Center Bungalow, and that could be a bit of a crucial pick, that in-game leader of calling things out and synchronizing things, getting taken down early. Now it's whether Vikings are going to be able to kind of shake it off and organize something themselves. Rome currently looking very strong. And
Ooh.
yeah, call that M203 there. Fantastic shot from Shadow. Unfortunately, Ree going to be able to get the revive, but Vati is just a shot away from death now.
An excellently placed frag, unfortunately, only downed him. So we are still looking at 5 players up for Rome. Vati being low on health there. We're starting to see a push in from the south with Imbo taking upper dumpster. Thurwin looking to catch up through the canyon here. Still 5 players up for Rome. An excellent start to the round for them to help stop this momentum from Vikings and get their point on the board. Looking great so far to do that here in round 3. Thurwin's caught up to Imbo. Shadow Warrior just looking for a pick here, looking to see who he can take down and help even the odds here.
It is good that they've been able to sync up this southern push, as you definitely need 1 or 2 of you for these, and Shadow Warrior is going to be in a great position to be able to just watch where the gunshots are coming from, maybe get into a position to be able to shoot at the window, or at least just call it out to Embo and Thurin.
Oh, another pick from Soda comes in. Imbo down. We're down to only 2 Vikings remaining here. It is not looking good for this round. Of course, we said that in round 1 and they were able to cap it, but I don't see that coming out here. Rome has kept this defense tight. And there goes Shadow Warrior, bringing us down to just Thurwin in the south. He smoked out Center Hotel.
And this is what we're talking about when it comes to those first couple rounds of any game, really. A lot of the time, teams are just kind of like, you know, feeling each other out, seeing how people are going to play, and it seems like Rome have kind of sussed out what to expect from Vikings, and now they're putting up such a solid defense, able to shut quite a lot down, that I think they're coming in at this hard.
Thurwin is now joined Ree and Vati in Center Hotel. Oh, and Ree able to get the last pick on them here and put their points on the board. We're now 3-1. Rome holding that defense. But now they need to attack the same objective successfully to prevent Vikings from taking this round, this map.
Indeed, and that was a crucial point really from Rome, and getting that first point on the board is generally what kind of sets that ball rolling of the points coming in, and now they are going to have to push, like you say, and attack this objective. But they're going to have a little bit more confidence now with that point on the board, and that is crucial.
Yeah, stopping that momentum is going to be key for the head game here. These teams, just showing that they can't be counted out. These are all top-tier teams, and any one of them, any two of them at this point, could go on to the semifinals next weekend.
A quick look at the scores really for the players at the moment, and Shadow Warrior so far ahead for the Vikings side with his 5 kills, and everyone else getting their kills and helping him out along there. And Rome, they're bringing them up. They're so even, and both these teams right now, if you took that cap out, they would be just so even, and it's hard to call. But we are going into the 4th round, and Vikings defense, they just need this last point to take this first map. But Rome not going to want to let that happen and lose that first map.
Absolutely. And I mean, we saw that first round was so close. That could have gone either way if there had been a trade there right at the objective, which would have meant that Rome is up 2-1. So this is still anybody's map. Vikings definitely have the edge here, and Rome cannot afford to make any more mistakes, but they haven't given up yet. They are here to take this map, come back, and just be ready for map 2 to go in their favor when they get to pick the map.
And we are seeing a very, very different kind of defense from Vikings versus Rome. The Vikings defense at the moment, so much more looser and like kind of just watching further out angles and hoping to shut down the push from a far distance, as opposed to letting them kind of get in close and take them out as they make that final approach. And that can go two ways really on this.
Thurwin able to get Varix in the south, but Captain Soda with the refrag, able to take out Thurwin, bringing us down to a 4v4.
And let's not forget... Sorry, let's not forget Captain Sota for the Rome side. This player has been around a long time, having played for the likes of SMC and various others. He's been there, he's done it, and he has got that T-shirt, that long-range shot. He's done that many times. This player is going to be key, really, in helping the Rome approach.
Absolutely. And I want to talk about the defense a little bit more here. We talk about how these teams do change their plan. They do adapt. There's what I'm looking for. The first couple of rounds, we saw a very loose defense from Rome and a tight defense from Vikings. And here on this objective, we're seeing the exact opposite. These teams knowing more about each other now, able to adapt a little bit more to each other's play style. And that could mean, honestly, it could go either way. It means that Vikings are changing it up a little bit, not playing exactly how they're used to, but it shows that ability to adapt. And with this being 4v4 here, Captain Soda and Shadow Warrior right on top of each other, we are about to see some great plays come in here as the Rome squad have gotten to their position set up and ready to make this push.
The cohesion, looking at the map currently for this Rome side, working so well. You've got a perfect line between Ree and Captain Solar on the front, and then Chorium and Vati kind of bringing up the rear there after Sota. Well, I was about to say pushes in, but I think that's the reason why we've got Vati and Chori there on the back. They're able to kind of take that position and carry on with that push. But as people start getting picked off on the Rome side, knowing the score between these two teams, it's going to hit them hard every time. They're going to feel that pressure. And at the moment, in a 3v4 situation, it's tough.
Yeah, things are not looking good for Rome to be able to continue, but they can't be counted out yet. Ree has managed a fantastic flank here, thus far as I can tell, completely undetected, able to get around them to the northwest here. That is going to come as quite the shock the first time he gets a pick from up here if that doesn't get noticed sooner. So far, no one is really looking this way from Vikings. This flank from Ree could become the crucial key pin in their plan here. That said, we do have Chawi is rotated off of the south to help support that in the north.
Let's
If
just...
he gives away Ree's position here,
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. I mean, if Mantis sees that or hears any gunshots, I mean, the laser also is
oh
being
no,
pointed onto Ree. No, not the team
no,
kill. Oh,
oh no, we saw that
no.
laser coming,
Oh,
and the team kill comes in from Chewie onto the fantastic flank from Ree. That could seal the deal here from Rome.
yeah, I'm just playing
Oh,
that replay now. You see the laser up and down onto Ree, and maybe there wasn't the call out to his team to say, you know, hey, I'm pushing this way. Expect me coming from, you know, roughly around there. Well, at this stage in the game, that is not what you want to be seeing. But Chori also now going for the same approach. The question is though, is Mantis going to be prepared now? Maybe he hasn't even realized that that even
he
went
is.
down.
Mantis and Noctum have now turned their attention to the north. Not only did the team kill give away that position or take away that position, but it also gave away that there is some concern here in the north. And what could have turned into a fantastic quick cap. Vari goes down to some C4 in the south, leaving Chawi the only one left. But what could have been a quick cap surprise has now turned into a 4v1 risky slaughter for Chawi, and it ends with Vikings 4-1. What a first map.
Oh,
Now,
yeah.
we get the benefit of the sight from above, the lasers, the names, but these players, when they are in, they do not see any of that. They are only able to identify each other by the color of the person they're looking at, and that is unfortunately not always easy to determine when you are so far away. An unfortunate reality there does end what could have been the comeback round for Rome. Oh, what a first map.
Yeah, just again, very quickly, that team kill again. It is devastating, really. The approach from Ree could have really split that Vikings defense, and if Mantis had gone down, it would have been completely different. They would have had to rotate and come out in the open, at which point, you know, Vati and Chori being off the positions or off the mark would have been able to take out Vikings as they're moving around to cover those angles. But unfortunately, yes, that team kill just going to cause that problem. But, you know, we have to shake it off. And Rome have chosen Subway now, which I think is... this is a good map for them, isn't it?
Yeah, both of these teams, Subway is going to be one of the most commonly played maps. And let's take a peek back at that all-time history. And it's not going to be quite as commonly played as Downfall. Rome a little bit of an advantage here, as one would expect on their map pick. We have in the mid-30s for the number of times Vikings have played this in official league matches, and almost 50 for Rome. So a little bit more experience here, but the total win percentage kind of leans in Vikings' favor, so this could go either way as we see this first objective going to be on the platform, the center platform OBJ. Very capable objective. We see a lot of smoke caps come out here, caps from behind this pillar next to OBJ. We're in from some exciting rounds as we head into round 1 on map 2.
Right, you are there, Visceral, and it's going to be hard to counter to guess who's going to get this one now. Rome going to be all fired up really and determined versus Vikings, who are probably going to be a little bit more relaxed, a little bit more chilled out now. And hopefully they don't get too complacent because at this stage in the game, you need both these map wins.
Yeah, we see a 4-1 split here. Varix opting to go into the horseshoe with the remaining Rome players all pushing through the basement. They have encountered Mantis in the basement, who has rotated all the way down to try and stop this push here. Oh, and a double kill from Mantis, able to take out a couple of Rome players early from a very unexpected place to play. I mean, we don't see a push through the basement or defense in the basement very commonly, and it makes me think that Vikings have done a little bit of homework here. They know how Rome like to attack this objective, and they were ready for it. Ree and Noctum trade right next to the objective as Ree comes up from the basement.
No, we are.
They're both calling out here, both about to get support.
Shadow Warrior, as a player, I know he's notorious for C4. He places it anywhere, and you just don't know where it's going to be. He's sitting underneath this horseshoe. I'm wondering whether he's listening for Varix. And there's the call out, and is the C4 going to come out is the question, because the overpass is such a powerful position really to hold for this objective as you're able to move left and right and get picks as Volt come out in the open. And Vikings need to be able to take him out.
A strong start to the defense for Vikings, leaving just 2 Rome players up. Varix in the horseshoe. We have... Where's our other here? Vati rotated back upstairs out into the open and is heading for the market. Looks like he might be rotating down towards the north stairs here. Nope, heading over to Horseshoe. Looks like he's going to get Varix some backup here. Nope. Well, looks like he's a little undecided where he's going here. Trying to be a little unpredictable where he's going to come out on the Vikings, who still have 4 up and 1 down. So even though Noctum is downed, he is right on these stairs up from the basement, able to call out to Vikings, let them know, hey, this is still clear. Until I'm dead, you don't have to worry about this position. I will keep the eyes.
Right now, we have got a tough push coming from Varix and Vati, really being the 2 only members for the Rome approach, and you do need a couple people for this to be able to allow the approach. But Thurin moving around in the south tracks there was able to spot and Varix on his approach, and now we're just left with Vati.
Looks like the res is going to come out just in time. Noctum didn't have long left before he bled out there. So we are now 5 defenders up, with just Vati left to push through this kill box of a defense that has thus far remained intact.
And I don't know about you, Visceral, but when I'm approaching this objective, south and north stairs, no, Vati definitely feeling the same. It's not a good side. It can be a tough one, and they actually, Downpour recently, well, I say recently, in the past year or so, actually changed this map up a little bit. Back in the day, and Vikings will be aware of this, and a couple members of Rome, you only had those south and north approaches. You didn't have the basement. You didn't have that overpass push. You could only do those stairs. And any players who have played around that time probably are going to be leaning more towards watching those. So it's a good rotation from Vati, but he's got 1 minute 20 now and 5 members of Vikings to take out.
And Noctum slowly making his way down the stairs. He will hear Vati's footsteps here. He will know where this last player is. The footsteps also going to be heard by Thurwin, who's directly above him at this point.
Good Aaron to my right on the west. He's slowed down though.
And there was
The call out comes out. Vati's going to have heard that as well. He knows that his position is called out, and Mantis is waiting for him. Another perfect defense round from Vikings, starting Rome's map pick out strong with all 5 remaining up.
Indeed, and I think the man of the the player of the round there had to be Mantis's basement kind of like just stop, you know, killing those 2 members early on there and stopping that approach entirely. Really, that was it was pretty important.
Yeah, that off-meta position there to push early and get that double kill was crucial to shutting down any momentum Rome could have possibly gotten with that 4-man basement push. And again, I think that might be Vikings doing some homework. They probably watched some casts from Rome and were ready for that play. Both of these teams have been casted numerous times throughout the season and in past seasons. Plenty of juicy homework material to watch for both teams there. It'll be interesting to see how Rome adapts to what they have likely seen Vikings do in the past, doing some research of their own.
Indeed.
As we see now Rome take their hand at defending the same objective.
Yeah, and let's not forget also, these 2 teams have played each other a few times in the past. Maybe not so much this season, but season 11, Rome was on the EU side for a few weeks, and they did come across Vikings, and there was also a Button Cup where the EU takes on the NA, and yeah, so they have played each other. They should be kind of aware of what to expect. But to that end, round number 2 is starting. Now it's Rome's defense, and Vikings gonna go in hard on this.
Yeah, we're seeing a similar offense here with 4 players running to the basement. Thurwin running through the market here. Looks like he's going to be heading down to north stairs.
And on the face of it, Vati
pushing into the basement here. Able to call out the push from the basement. Went back upstairs, tucked in, able to get that information and get out.
Mantis a little bit concerned that somebody's going to be in a similar position to him as he's calling out, we need to be clearing this corridor, and it's going to be important. Rome opting not to cover this basement, and if you don't do that, you afford Marsot the ability to get a lot of ground actually for the top platform, and Vati gonna have to be checking this corner quite a bit.
Yeah, a little bit of banter comes in between Noctum and Ree. They are definitely aware of each other's position there, as they were just chatting about who was above and who was below. Doing a little introductory greeting there. Meanwhile, 3 Vikings players pushing in to the basement. They have successfully passed the tunnel here, being ready for that kind of counterflank we saw from Mantis. But no Rome players down here until now. Vati checking it out briefly and then running back up.
Yeah, I don't think he actually saw anyone. Yeah, I don't think he saw anyone moving there, but I think Captain Soda did push down those sets of stairs, giving that information, and Vati now firing at both Mantis and Shadow Warrior, but not able to land any shots.
4 people.
Yeah, trade there at the basement brings us down to a 4-4. Mantis incorrectly identifying Vati's location as behind the Coke machine. Meanwhile, Vati's rotated back upstairs. that will slow down the Vikings basement push here. Checking in with Noctum and Ree. Noctum slowly making his way up. Ree checking it out and heading back upstairs to cover. We likely are to see some action between these two in the very near future as Mantis and Shadow Warrior are getting prepared for their offensive push from the basement. Thurwin, meanwhile, has made it down the north stairs.
Varix, are you still up?
If they can coordinate here, they have quite a flank setup. Vati completely surrounded. Noctum and Ree lining up for a trade here in the near future, as they're both keenly aware of each other's position.
Yeah, I'm just keeping an eye on this, but remember, we have got that C4 just above Nactom's head that I think Varix threw early on. And now it's literally above him. Ree just needs to make the call out. And Thurin finding Vati, whilst Nactom takes out Ree.
Ree and
yeah.
gets to cover in time for the C4 to not be effective. Just like that, we're down to a 2-2 as Varix takes out Shadow Warrior. Varix really the only thing between Noctum and a cap here, as Chawi is focused in a different direction.
Such unfortunate timing there for Varix, not able to get Nactom with the C4, so now he has got to be watching this corner. And when you've only got two members up, you want to be not having to do that. Mantis and Chori also about to come to blows.
Noctum throws some shots down range to an area where you can't really see ahead of time. And so Varix is going to be keenly aware that his C4 was not effective. Some smokes come out from Noctum to get ready for this push here. Not able to stop Varix's hard line into the tunnel. So will not be effective smokes there, as there is no one across the tunnel in a very meta position.
Yeah, and the question...
Noctum lining up. Oh, Noctum gets the pick, bringing it down to just Chawi, who is now keenly aware of the ability to cap and is rotating back in the wide open space here as Mantis comes pushing up from the basement. Chawi completely exposed to Mantis's position. And he does go down. He prevents the cap, but he does give Vikings that second point, bringing them up 2-0 on Rome's map pick. Rome has their work cut out for them if they are going to bring this back with this new, very spicy North Stairs objective that we are moving to. One of my favorites. We see some very strong and exciting plays down these north stairs coming in. This objective, difficult to defend when you start to lose players. So the key for Vikings at the beginning here is going to be to keep 2 or even 3 players up to the end if they can, because defending this with just one is not easy. You can cap around the corner in the north, you can cap around the corner in the south, so your rotations need to be heavy-handed as a solo defender. And I'm expecting to see some attempted picks from Rome here as they cut through that. What do you think? Are we going to see some North Stairs action, or are they going to send a heavier squad through the south?
This is going to be a tough one, having not truly seen how Rome will play this one. I'm in a little bit of unknown, and I think Vikings are going to be in a very similar position there. Historically, though, generally you will find that you'll have a northern approach, be it like just a couple members to kind of be the distraction whilst a couple other members push in through the main platform. I think I'd like to see a hard push from Rome. I feel like that is what they need for this, to be able to get the cap and get those 2 points to even things out. Whether they do it is the question.
We come to round 3. as we see Vikings' first attempt to defend this objective. We see some 2-1-2 split action here as Captain Soda and Vati make their push onto North Stairs, countered by Imbo. And Vati able to get that pick. Double kill here. Shadow goes down.
This is the aggressive push that I was talking about. The Rome desperately needed for this, getting the first 2 picks onto Vikings, leaving Mantis on his own, and that nade coming out, or well, the flash, not going to affect things too much now, but this could be
well placed.
tough.
They did get behind cover.
This is where it's going to be tough, and the trade coming out between Sota and Mantis, leaving Vati up top on his own, finishing off a C4, and this has opened up the push now. Ree also in a powerful position, taking out Thurin as he moves in, and we are very quickly down to the last member of Vikings, Naktom, in that corner, and he needs to be careful now because Rome could be capping from any angle, either from the stairs or from the main platform. Really, that was the best kind of outcome for the Vikings. Not giving away 2 points, getting taken out. Rome, as I said, just as we were going into that, needed that aggressive push, and that's what bought it for them, and they performed it well.
Yeah, an excellent play from Rome there. Really the worst case scenario for the beginning of the round for Vikings, and Noctum at the end there did exactly what he had to do, prevented the cap, and it was really exactly what I was saying beforehand, that Vikings didn't want to have happen, being down to just that one last defender, especially so early. Noctum going to be keenly aware that cap could come out, and he just threw himself out there and said, I'm going to try and take you all down, but you're not capping on me.
Exactly that, and in these situations, that is what you need. We can't talk how important these initial maps are. Now, a team that can go into the 3rd round with 4 map wins is pretty much going through the round robin. So if Vikings can hold the nerve on this one, maybe get a cap like the first downfall, they're going to go into this next round really in good standing and feeling good. But Rome obviously trying to stop that now, and this momentum comes, and I think it's going to work for them on this one. Hopefully we see more aggression to counteract this Vikings offensive.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they defend this objective that they just attacked so well.
As the game's being going on, these round deliberations are getting longer and longer, and really that just shows you how important this stage of the game is. I mean, $10,000 in prizes on the line, $7,000 in cash. It's a lot of money, and no team wants to lose it, obviously.
Yeah, we are down to the best of the best when it comes to VRML Onward here, and these teams know what they're playing for, and they're here to win it. The prize pool is extensive this year, and I believe the teams are going to be feeling the pressure for that. The utility coming out between Vati and Shadow Warrior.
Looks like a good flash onto Shadow Warrior, stops his push there. Vati going to be able to post her up on the corner here.
Vati and Soda now ready to counter push this trash alley here. Shadow Warrior and Imbo are just waiting. A couple of peeks from Soda.
And Vikings
able to identify.
So I was going to say, Vikings have played this map against beginners quite a lot, and if you've seen the beginners kind of style of play, they hold this corner well, and you can see that from the Vikings' approach at the moment. They are not pushing. Vati in a good position, really, using his height to be able to kind of still stand behind these trash cans, but not expose himself too much. And that just shows the ingenuity of these players using the environment to their advantage. And I don't think Shadow Warrior is actually going to be prepared for that on his push.
An excellent position from Vati. A trade coming out between Soda and Imbo. Vati able to pick up Shadow Warrior and really stop this trash alley push. That does bring us down to a 4v3. Having lost Captain Soda up there for Rome. It'd be 2 Imbo and Shadow for Vikings.
Yep, that
Meanwhile,
I was going to say that kind of went the way that I was expecting, really. Like I said, Vati using those trash cans to his advantage there. Shadow Warrior pushed around and just wasn't able to see him until the very last second. And that shows these level of plays.
Meanwhile, we have Mantis pushed up very far in the south, about to cross the lines of Varix and Ree. He's just waiting to see if somebody is going to peek south. Thurwin and Noctum have rotated off. Noctum taking a good eye onto Horseshoe there, looking to head down that way. Thurwin, in the meantime, heading to the basement. Going to try and see if he can flank them from below. Maybe support Mantis's position.
I'm a big fan of Ree's spot, Visceral. I must admit, this is one of those off-meta positions you don't see too often. He's holding that track, but he's got such good cover that you know, when Mantis is out in the open, he's not going to be expecting this at all, and that's really going to hinder him. He needs to try and draw Ree out, really. Otherwise,
yeah, it's very common to see defenders in the south take the east and west corridor, but you're right, Ree's exact position has some excellent cover and a great sightline to prevent this push from Mantis.
Exactly, and like you said, you know, you're expecting the corridors, and just looking at Mantis's sightline, that's exactly what he's watching for at the moment. It's going to be a tough cross. Chori and Ree both having this track on complete lockdown. Really, it's going to be hard. His best hope really is that northern approach from Naktom it kind of draws them back into a position to cover there. If he can take out Chori and he can take out Vati, they're going to have to rotate in, at which point Mantis is going to be in a powerful position, but he's just got to hold his nerve.
And Vati, with that powerful position over the trash cans here, is able to take out Noctum. There is no getting through Vati's defense here from the Vikings, meaning that these pushes from the south, Varix able to take down Mantis, giving Thurwin some information, possibly a pick onto Varix here. And it ends in a trade. Rome comes back to make it 2-2, showing why they chose Subway. Just an excellent round for defense from Rome to tie things up here and come back.
Indeed, and we are getting the chat at the moment talking about how they would probably approach this. Gent talking about the Vikings, maybe if they'd gone for a 5-man approach in that north, maybe they could have taken out both Sota and Vati and just kind of pushed on and got further down those stairs and gone for the cap. But unfortunately, they opted for a very similar approach to Rome. And if you split that push and your north approach does go down, as we saw there for Mantis, it then becomes somewhat difficult to cross these tracks, especially closer to the objective. As the vault positioning, usually you've got a bit of a crisscross, so somebody's there for refrags, or they're just in that corner watching the cross, and unfortunately, yeah, the Vikings North approach just got shut down by Vati.
Yeah, an excellent hold there from Rome, showing why they picked this map. And it'll be interesting to see how their offensive round goes here for this new objective in the crossroads in the south. And with that, we head in to now round 5, map 2. No quick spawn comes out from Rome. They did get the basement beginning here. It's a little bit of a longer jaunt for those that want to push the north. We see them splitting up here. Varix coming up through Horseshoe. We've got Soda and Ree coming up through Spiral. Chawi lagging a little bit behind there. Looks like he's taking the same route. Varix in the south does get taken down by Noctum.
I think I killed one. So
Yeah, he's pushed
Not
up
100%
into...
sure of
Hurry.
his skill there.
Yeah, but he has pushed up. It's a shame that he's moved, actually, because being able to get to the bottom of those stairs and just hold that corner, it's going to be such a powerful position to have that Rome wouldn't be expecting that, but they are getting aggressive onto the objective from the Sex Alley, and Vikings not really aware that this push is coming in, and Ree is laid down, using these boxes for cover to see who we can see.
Mantis out in the open does get taken down by Ree with this prone push. Meaning we're going to need to see some rotations. Imbo poking his head in, looking for that prone push through the boxes, is able to take out Ree with the counter kill here. The refrag with Soda ends in a trade as well, bringing us down to a 2v3.
Yeah, I do like how Vikings are slowly kind of taking each other's position as somebody does go down, but now they're not aware that Chori going to be pushing from the opposite side, does take out Shadow Warrior, and this is where I say the organized chaos comes in, and Volt now having to cover quite a few angles, maybe not actually got a decent kill count either.
Noctum throwing some rounds through the smoke. Vati and Thurwin go down in a trade. Vati able to call that out. Thurwin cannot. Noctum doing some reloading on his LMG here. In the meanwhile, Chawi is rotated, knowing that if he can get that revive off on Vati, he's going to be in a much better position here, 2v1, to cap this out and end the map.
Indeed, unfortunately, Nactom doing the right thing, really, and just protecting the objective. Not going to be watching for this, and this is going to be a devastating blow to Vikings, really, with the revive. That if they can take out Nactom and then go into this next round with a solid defense, they are going to take this second map. And as we were saying earlier, it's important to be getting these points on the board, as once you start getting one, you do get a little bit more confident in what you're doing. And Rome doing so well to come back from that position and just showing, you know, they want this, and they're here to get it.
Yeah, this could well be the deciding map if Rome is able to cap here. They have 2.5 minutes left and only one defender up. Noctum's got some great sight lines to prevent a cap here. Very familiar with the map, knows where you can cap from, and is doing everything he can to prevent it.
I'm just watching these hand signals coming out from Vati and Chori, and I'm not sure if that is a go push or can you do the can-can? A little bit weird.
And signals can be difficult in a VR game like Onward. Vati able to scavenge a flash from a defensive body here. Throws it onto objective. Doesn't look like it got knocked him.
If you just look at his sightline there, Visceral, he's tucked himself into this corner very well. He does have the struggle of not fully knowing where people are coming from, so he can't use this plant pot for too much cover. But if he can hold his nerve and keep taking out Rome as they try and push in, this may be Vikings' defense.
Yeah, he's in a solid position to prevent the cap, whether it comes out in Rome or Vikings' favor. We shouldn't see a cap here. Nonetheless, Chawi in a position to try. Oh, but we lose Vati here for Rome, bringing this down to a 1v1. Chawi looking to see how close he can get with this tablet. He is tablet out. Is he capping from here?
He was! He was capping from the corner! Oh, Naktom beating himself up for that one. Maybe not seen it before. Wow. Well played. I did not expect that.
What an excellent round there from Rome to take their map back from Vikings, who started 2-0. We end this first round with the tie. First map going to Vikings, second map going to Rome. This could be either team's round robin in the end. What an excellent showing from both teams.
Yeah, both teams starting this round robin as they mean to go on, and it's gone, the way I would have expected it really from these two teams. The back and forth, Vikings having taken downfall before Rome were able to get their second point, meaning that they have taken the lead in this first battle. Rome, as they go through now, are going to have to get some more points and map wins to be able to stay in this. But Vikings doing so well for start, and hoping to see a bit more out of them, and as they loosen up a little bit more. And Rome the same, they've got their points on the board. We're seeing that momentum. I feel like they may steamroll through a couple of these next rounds. But
yeah, the next matchup going to be quite one to watch there. Just looking forward to some more excellent gameplay as we see rounds 2 and 3 coming up next.
That's very true. As we go into the next round, we are going to take just a very short intermission as the next lobbies do get set up. I believe over on the VR Master League channel, the Peacekeepers Era 404 game should still be just going on if you're itching to get some more Onward action. But we will be following up with the next game being Era 404 taking on Vikings now. And that's going to be one not to be missed. So hoping you guys do come back to us, and we'll be chatting with you soon. And Jamie signing out for now. Visceral. All good. So catch you guys in a bit. and welcome back to VRML 1. Today, here's your host, Jamie, and co-casting with Lord Visceral. We are bringing you Error 404 and Vikings, and this is one heck of a matchup, actually. Error 404 having won both their maps in the first round of the round robin, and Vikings having taken one of their maps from Rome. And these two teams going to be interesting to watch. Error 404 being the newer of the two, and Vikings having some experience in this. Lord Visceral, what are you thinking on this?
I'm thinking Arrow 404 just came off of an excellent match playing Quarantine. Vikings, for the last round, we did see Downfalling in Subway. Arrow 404 played Quarantine and won Quarantine. And that's going to tip things a little bit in their favor today. But Vikings have played this map to death. They're going to know it like the back of their hand, like they know all of the maps. Like all of these teams know all of the maps. And so we are in for some exciting gameplay, and this could go either way here.
Right, you are there. I know Vikings personally have played this map over and over, and but their win ratio is roughly around the 50% mark on this. They have played it only 6 times, and Error 404 having played it, played it 6 times and only won it 3 times. Error 404. Let's have a look how they're standing in comparison to this. So they've played it 7 times and won 6 times. So much larger win ratio, and it's probably why they've gone for this as their first choice. Give themselves their home team advantage, and yeah, it's going to be a good matchup, and hopefully the Vikings kind of experience helps them out in this, and to kind of anticipate roughly where people are going to be pushing from. And Error 404 going to have that new kids on the block kind of advantage, so the spots they're probably going to be taking are going to be ones that Vikings may not be expecting.
Yeah, we know that Arrow 404 did pick this map. Looking at the bans that come out, it's an interesting dichotomy here. From the Arrow 404, they have banned Snow Peak and Downfall, taking the longest range maps out of the equation, whereas Vikings have banned Cargo and Subway. So we definitely won't be seeing Subway as the second map here, like we saw from both sets of teams last round. But it's interesting to me that the Arrow 404 have taken the longest maps out and then chosen Quarantine, probably the only long-range map left. That said, we are heading into round 1 with Vikings defending this new south objective down here on the south end of Hospital.
And the question here is going to be, how much ground can Error 404 gain before Vikings do get into their defensive spots? We know that they can play these long-range maps so well, and the gunshots are ringing out from John CZ, giving away the Error 404 spawn early on, and hopefully that doesn't cause them too much of a bit of a detriment there, as Vikings are going to be able to position themselves in the knowledge of where this push is going to come from.
Yeah, we're seeing a very wide defense east set up here with Shadow very southeast, knocked him in here in the mall, and the west defense is keeping it very tight. Mantis still right next to the hospital. Offense-wise, we are seeing a very spread out push here. Badger already making his way towards Theron's position. The footsteps sounds like he might be giving himself away here. Theron will have heard that and will be looking for Badger. He does get that pickup, but he's only downed. There's the confirm from Thurwin, bringing us down to a 5v4. We're now sitting 2 east, 2 west as far as push goes here. John CZ and Cobra will be meeting up with Shadow Warrior's position here very soon. Meanwhile, Nolu and Emixik hanging out here in the west,
You mean center your center?
looking to see if they can get any picks to tear apart this defense.
As you said, that central push now having been stopped, meaning Error 404 going to have to approach from the east and the west. And if Vikings are able to shut down that west push early on, it's then just a simple case of just covering the east. So that middle push was going to be crucial to this plan. It's going to be interesting to see how Error 404 now adapts to not having that central push.
And things are kind of stalled on the field here while one team waits for the other to make a mistake. We do have Nolu crossing very far in the west here to push in towards gas station. Not going to receive any pressure to stop that until we get to Mantis's position here. Mikasik now pushing to the scaffolding.
As it stands, they are going to be able to get into that south garage station uncontested by the looks of it, and Mantis needs to be covering this angle, otherwise Vikings are very slowly going to find themselves encircled by the Error 404 offensive, and that's not a position you want to be in on this map.
Yeah, so far only Mantis stands between them and the objective building here. Imbo on objective, ready to hold that off, but with Mantis focusing more so north of his position, the south push from Nolu is going to, so far it seems, catch him by surprise. Meanwhile, off in the east, we do see John CZ approaching Shadow Warrior's position, tucked himself in a nice little corner here. He should hear that coming. Some shots come out from Cobra. He's seeing the C4, able to disable that. That will distract Shadow Warrior, but not long enough here as he's able to pick up John CZ.
Yeah, he was just tucked
Bringing us
away.
down to just Cobra here.
He was tucked
Is he
away in
going
a
to-
very nice position, really, Shadow Warrior there. I don't think John CZ would have, well, he didn't check that corner, and it's not really a common spot. Usually your south defenders kind of covering the eastern area, so maybe John CZ just thought it was clear.
Yeah, definitely an off-meta position there and very far from the objective. That said, Cobra had identified C4 over there, so possibly they were thinking it just was placed and then he drew back. But no, Shadow Warrior very loose on his defense there, very far away from objective. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, we have Nolu and Mikasek pushing very close to Mantis's position here. Utility comes out. Mantis now going to be aware that there is someone closing in on his position. Should draw a little bit of attention from Thurwin and Imbo as well. Mantis able to get a Mikosek. Shadow Warrior and Cobra trade in the east. Cobra still resable, but no one nearby to get him. Nolu and Mantis clash with Nolu coming out on top, but Thurwin's going to catch him from behind. Vikings take the first round.
It was a great attempt there from Nolu trying to push through Mantis' position, but unfortunately he did just take that wrong side, and Thurin was watching for the refrag there, very aware of what's going on due to the gunshots, and very quickly taking that first round.
Yeah, an excellent play from Vikings there, with Shadow Warriors very off-meta position, and Thurwin able to catch Badger off guard there at the beginning, and then be in position to take out that final member of Air 404. Just an excellent play from Vikings, and goes to show that at this point, this could go either way, but Vikings are coming out swinging.
Most definitely, and let's not forget that Aero 404 did have this map for their first round of the round robin, and they did take that from Peacekeepers. So they're going to be pretty well warmed up. This is Vikings' first map, first quarantine pick of the day, so they've got a little bit of warming up to do. Get those angles down and just get some good positions, and so far they're doing well, and Aero 404 going to have to defend themselves now.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they mix it up here. Both of these teams very able to adapt to each other's play style, and we've seen a little bit of that on offense and defense here, and now we get to see the other half of things as we do head into round 2. This time, oh, a little round reset there. Slight delay on round 2. Looks like one didn't load in from Vikings. Should be a quick remedy here. As we see Vikings now get to attack this same objective. There we go. Round 2 has begun. We're going to see a different spawn this time. Not in the north, but now more northwestern focused here. Going to change up the game on where pre-fire may or may not come in. I'm thinking with Vikings' slower, more methodical offense plan, it will be a little bit of time before that spawn is given away.
Yeah, and they are opting not to go with the western push, having that advantage of being able to get into the gas station early on, but we're going to get some quick shots ringing out from Thurin onto Badger as he's attempting to cross over to the central area, and that opens up that kind of push, and currently Aero 404 being pushed back basically into their own spawn, and Vikings gonna slowly circle them, so they do need to be getting some picks.
Oh, and what was actually quite aggressive there in the beginning is now slowed down as Shadow Warrior gets taken out from Cobra, now leaving just Thurwin in the center, while the remaining Vikings are posting up north and northeast. We do have a much wider western hold from Amikasek that looks like it won't quite be handy with where Thurwin's looking to push now, but he's going to have to get through Cobra, who has eyes on the prize right on this position here.
Unfortunately for Amy, they are going to not really see much action from their position, so hopefully they'll get some call-outs that, you know, the West is going to be pretty open and be able to make a bit of a flank, but that just all depends on Aero 404's kind of knowledge of where this push is coming from, but the flank is there, and it's just whether they can take it.
We do see Thurwin looking through a gap in the cement here, trying to identify Cobra's exact position. Hasn't been able to see him just yet. We do see Cobra still watching, still waiting, just barely peeking over the windowsill here. Meanwhile, Aero 404's eastern push is getting into position.
If you are new to the VRML scene and kind of what's going on at the moment, these are the round robin stages. So basically, these are the precursors for the semis, for the semi-finals and the finals. So all these teams at the moment battling it out for those important 4 spots. So only the top of the top are going to make it through these, and there's a lot of maps to be played. So this is very much so an endurance task challenge, as well as a game challenge as well, and the teams that can stick it out and continue pushing through generally come out on top.
Absolutely. We are seeing a little bit of fire here from Thurwin, trying to pick onto Cobra, but Cobra keeping it tucked in tight. That does give away Thurwin's position here, so he now has lasers on. But that opens a little bit of cover for that eastern flank to come in. Nolu watching the objective here, but nobody actually on the OBJ. Nolu really the only thing stopping Mantis and Imbo from getting to the objective.
Certainly a very interesting style of defense there, allowing Morsok to gain a lot of ground in the southeast area. And Nolu, like you say, being the sole defender, really keeping a good train line of sight on that push. Hopefully they will be able to spot the Vikings push before it begins.
Imbo and Mantis getting very close to the objective here. Cobra able to find Noctum. Means that Thurwin in the center and this eastern push is all that remains for the Vikings. Imbo managing to maintain cover so far from Nolu, but will have to peek over this hill. Oh, and he gets Nolu. Just downs him, though, so he will be able to call out Imbo's position. Still available for the revive. Looks like John's heading in to get the revive off on him now. Back up with 4 with Arrow 404. Down to 3 Vikings. Meanwhile, Thurwin has made the cross. He is now on the south side of this street. Meaning Cobra and Amikasek are not going to be helpful right away here as they continue to watch that side.
I think
John ZZ got a great line to stop Thurwin, though. He will be pulled off that line by Imbo and Nolu trading. Thurwin inside the hospital now. Mantis able to get Cobra. John CZ taking some shots for the pre-fire, but goes down. Amikasek now the only one left, and he's rushing back to the objective, but they're in position for a cap. Tablet is out. Thurwin is going for it.
They are wasting their time at the moment. Amy, they're running in. 5 seconds. They need to get this kill. Vikings need this kill. Unfortunately, not going to be able to get it. Oh!
And the time runs out with the 1v1. The flash from Amikosek, crucial to stop that cap. That was an epically close round there that could have seen a cap from Vikings bring us to a 3-0. Instead, ends 1-1. Error 404 able to prevent that cap at the very last second.
Yeah, and I think that was a bit of a blunder on the Vikings' part. Mantis definitely saw Amy running in there, but probably saying to Thurin, you know, you've got time, get that cap in. But unfortunately, they didn't have that time. Thurin was just a little bit too far off, so he lost a couple seconds there. Getting back to the car, taking out the tablet, they have to check around. And I think the pressure there maybe just got to him a little bit. And, you know, Error 404 benefiting in that blunder and the time slowly running down and that pressure surely mounting up. What a round.
Yeah, just a seriously close one. Just goes to show that this map could go either way. We just saw seconds matter in the difference between this going 0-3 and 1-1. I think we are in for some exciting next rounds as we move to a new objective here in the center of the map. We got our center burning OBJ. Completely different attack styles required for this one, and I am excited to see how they attack, how they defend as we now move into round 3. Error 404 getting a spawn about as far away as you can get. We get the northeast crater spawn here. That is going to give Vikings plenty of time to get set up on their defense here. Looks like we have 2 from Arrow 404 going north, 2 wrapping around to the south, and Cobra looking to make a more central decisive push here through the containers. Thurwin's taking AC roof here, is going to miss the cross. Nolu and Amikosik have now made it to the north wall, undetected by Thurwin.
You can hear the call-outs from Mantis there, calling out the northeast kind of push. And unfortunately, though, Thurwin, like you say, hasn't spotted this northern approach. And Error 404 are going to be able to capitalize on that by crossing around and getting behind this Vikings defense. And on this objective, that's key. It requires good placement of Marsoc and also very good equipment usage. And I think that's what we're going to see from Error 404.
Yeah, Thurwin in a great position to stop Cobra's push here, but even if he is able to stop that, he will just get shot from behind, and that is if Error 404 doesn't clear the roof first. Looks like he might have just got behind cover in time. Nolo was watching that angle there right as Thurwin was coming behind the wall here. But he's now heading back out to check the north here. He sees Nolu, but Amikosek able to get the refrag there. That is going to give the Vikings some crucial information about this north push. But unfortunately, it does bring them to a 4v4, as now Mantis is the only one set up to counter Amikosik here, and not in a good position to do so.
And losing that oversight as well from the rooftop, from a defensive perspective, it is kind of a big blow, really, because that person is able to stop any approaches moving from the center, and generally keep an eye on the northeast kind of push. And it's going to be interesting to see how Error 404 now use their advantage of having that oversight.
Absolutely. The remaining Vikings tucked in fairly tight here, but will be susceptible to a overwatch from Amikosik here. Meanwhile, we did get some shots in from the south from John, so the Vikings are going to be aware that someone's coming in from this direction. But at this point, they are on track to get flanked. Noctum watching Hospital, keenly aware that they did not have the cover to prevent a cross, which just came out from John. Cobra getting closer to Mantis. And Amikosek opting to back off of AC and head around for a flank off in the west.
I think Cobra is going to come across Mantis very shortly if he decides to take this rooftop courtyard, and Mantis is slowly watching this angle. It's going to be interesting to see if he can push out from here and take Mantis out, who's in a pretty strong position actually to be covering the cross in the center.
Imbo checking for Amikosik's position here, just the wrong time. He is going to get behind cover in time for this angle check here. The Vikings now being encircled on this defense.
And that isn't a position you want to be in, really, on this objective. If Marsoc are afforded the ability to encircle the Vault defense, then it can go not the way you want it to, but
like an excellent play from Mantis, and Noctum is able to pick up 3 of Arrow 404, meaning that we have gone from a 4-4 to a 1v4 with John CZ the only one up. But he is on the objective, but Shadow Warrior was ready for him, and Vikings take round 3, putting them up in a nice 2-1 lead here.
And this is where Aero 404 really need to be working out how they're going to get that Marsot win. Because if this keeps going defensive rounds, then Vikings are going to take it.
Absolutely, and we were talking a moment ago about how encircled the Vikings defense was getting, but then we saw that pop off, and the planning from the Vikings really showing through there, where Aero 404 really played into their hand. They knew exactly what they were doing with that defense, and the moment Aero 4 went to make their play, it all fell apart. A great showing from Vikings, proving that they have the experience. They know this map.
That they do, and Mantis read the situation really well in his corner to allow Aero 404 to gain a little bit of ground before showing himself, just so he can just pop up from behind, and as they think it's all comfortable, no one's there, and then he just appears and takes them out, and they're the kind of plays that we want to be seeing at this stage in the game. Those big brain moves, those, just the ingenuity coming out, and it's great to see.
Absolutely. And with that, we are heading in to round 4. This time, Vikings get the opportunity to attack the same objective. We will see how Aero 404 opts to defend. Different spawn this time from Vikings. We are seeing a southeast spawn. We'll see a little bit heavier of a south push so far, with 2 of them opting to rotate around to the north. An early trade there between Noctum and Badger bring us down to a 4-4.
That does open up that central area just a little bit for the Vikings to get a bit of an uncontested push. Although there is some sight lines from the central burning, but Shadow Warrior going to get picked off on the northeast kind of cross there, which is going to make Thurin kind of second guess what kind of approach he's going to take, or is he going to try and get the refrag onto John?
Yeah, he was definitely able to identify where those shots came from, but not able to get a refrag as John was tucked in quite nicely. We're down to a 3v4 in Aero 404's favor, as Vikings just make their adjustments here. Imbo now pushing in through the parking garage here. Is going to be able to identify that it was a trade. Badger did go down. Nice, the body for good measure to keep it quiet. It's now going to be peeking up on John's position.
Yeah, I don't think I saw anyone going up hospital roof.
Going to be a little ahead of Thurwin's push, which was delayed heavily by those shots from John. Taking out Shadow earlier on.
Indeed, and we did get the call out there from Embo saying that he didn't see anyone go to the hospital rooftop, but as we know, John CZ is sitting up there tucked away, and maybe that call out is going to work against Vikings on their approach, as they're probably going to be comfortable on that side, and John CZ surely going to punish them if they use any form of complacency.
Thurwin has made the cross now, approaching the AC rooftop. Is going to have a lot of defense to get through here, but he's going to see John, but not quite able to pick that up. Is going to give away his position here, but is going to make John's job a lot harder for any future peeks out onto OBJ here from the rooftop.
Ooh, it done. So it said one was hospital, right?
Imbo and Mantis still pushing in from the center here.
Hospital extension being the bit on the east
Less
side.
than 3 minutes left. Still a lot of ground to cover up in the north.
Okay, Embo, I think we should dump our smokes onto the street and cross for the cap eventually.
We are getting the call-outs from Mantis now that he wants to try and think about an approach with Embo using a lot of smoke. And it's going to be interesting to see how John CZ and his position denies that kind of cross. So they are planning for a cap here.
Vikings looking to end the map out with a cap. They are in range to do so, but with only 2 minutes left, we are seeing a little bit of an advantage to Error 404 here, as Vikings are going to have to make their play down a man. Thurwin a little off, Cantor a little off timing here with Mantis and Imbo. We'll have to get through both Nolu and Cobra.
And you've got to ask yourself at the moment, is this far south and far north kind of push going to work? I mean, with the time constraints the Vikings are now working with, 1 minute 20 remaining and having 4 defenders really to take out, the question you got to ask yourself is that really, are you going to get anything from that you wouldn't have got from elsewhere from a bit of a closer push?
The time will be working against them here as we cross the 1 minute mark, and Imbo and Thurwin not really any closer to the objective. Thurwin trades with Cobra, both of them only downed and able to call each other out. Looks like Nolu might be making a cross here to attempt a revive, but that will give Imbo and Mantis an opening where they only have Amikosek and John to deal with on this cross. Smoke's coming out from Mantis. He's ready to make this cross attempt.
And certainly
Meanwhile,
got to do it, but a perfect
Cobra
lead.
able to take out Thurwin after reviving Nolu. Meanwhile, John able to overlook Imbo and Mantis and capture the round. Error 404 takes it, tying us up 2-2. Now, correct me, have we seen a Marsoc win yet? Have we just been trading Volk rounds this whole time?
That is correct, and yeah, I did mention that in the last one, and Error 404 are going to have to really work to get this Marsoc win, because if these keep going back and forth between these Volt rounds, then by proxy, Vikings technically are going to take it. And if Error 404 are going to lose their map pick, then go into the Vikings map pick, that's not a position they want to be in, and the Vikings going to definitely capitalize on that one.
Yeah, the objective here has almost not moved at all. We moved from the newer South Hospital OBJ to the original, the OG Hospital OBJ here. This one is a little easier to cap on.
Indeed, it says, you know, you've got to be, as a Vault defender, you've got to be covering from inside the hospital, boy. It's not just the inside of it, it's the outside as well. There's just so many angles on this one now to cover. It used to be more of a Vault-favored objective, but with the recent changes of the hospital and how that goes, I think this is definitely more of a Marsoc advantage now.
Yeah, you can cap from inside, outside. This one is much harder to defend, and you can come at it from many different angles, much like the objective we saw between the two south ones here in the center. You can get that encirclement, but what we saw from Vikings was a solid defense even after that encirclement. So I'm interested to see where they post up and what angles they hold as we head into this round 5, map 1. We get a northeast crater spawn from Error 404. We see Nolu wrapping around in the north. The remaining 4 Error 404 pushing in more directly here.
And the negative
John
side.
watching for a flank defense here, making sure nobody crosses dunes in the south.
I think Naktom's going to be the first Vikings defender really to come into any kind of conflict here with Amikasik getting ready to push into the open here. Naktom just needs to hold a tight angle and not allow anyone to push through, but it's a tough one to not get peaky because you want to get that knowledge of, you know, where the push is coming from. Well, that works against you in a defensive position because then Marsoccer, who are looking for those, are able to just take you out.
Oh, John and Amikosik now just missing Noctum's position here. But Amikosek only barely looking over the top, might be able to see something here. So far, Noctum's gone undetected.
I would love to see what position Naktom's in right now to be that low. Because that's commitment, that is like some crab walking, squat making, I don't know, but he is low. Let's not forget, this is virtual reality, so to get these kind of movements, you need to be doing those movements yourself. And yeah, it definitely requires a level.
Looks like a bit of a high army crawl at this point.
Yeah.
That is tucked in low. Even his night vision goggles able to stay down below the concrete, not give him away here. He's going to encounter Cobra here in a moment, who is also tucked in low.
I think his head is just peeking above there because you can see that laser sight just touching the tip of it, but Naktom not wanting to give anything away. Sees John CZ trying to make the cross and unfortunately misses his shots, and John CZ going to punish him for that one.
Yeah, a very cheeky defensive position, is able to go 1-for-1 in the end, but does go down there, leaving the east a little more open than I think Vikings were hoping for here. Meanwhile, Nolu very uncontested, able to wrap around the west. With the ability to cap on the inside of the hospital here, if Nolu can remain undetected, we might see an Error 404 cap here.
And
So a lot of ground to cross, though. Less than 3 minutes left on the clock. We're down to a 4v4 as utilities start to come out from Cobra, making it right onto the OBJ here. Theron able to pick up Nolu and prevent any kind of a west push. Imbo able to find Cobra. We're down to only 2. Badger able to pick up Thurwin. John able to pick up Shadow. We're bringing it down to a 2v2 here as smoke rains down on OBJ from Badger's position. Some fire exchanged from John and Imbo.
this is definitely going to be where it's going to get tough now for the Vikings defense, as Mantis, he's got to be covering the front of the objective, whilst Embo got to do what he can to be able to cover the inside of the hospital, which Badger is going to, I think, attempt to go for. So Mantis is going to have to be watching this cross now, and that smoke is covering his vision. So if Badger can use that to his advantage and get behind the ambulance before it disappears.
Some more shots from Badger and Zom. Badger able to pick up Mantis, meaning that he is in cap range. Imbo running out to check it, is able to get Badger, but goes down to John. Error 404 able to secure their first Marsoc round. A crucial pickup if they're going to take this map that so far has been very Volk heavy. That is exactly what Error 404 needed here to really have a shot at taking the map.
That has certainly opened things up for Error 404 now, and Vikings definitely going to be feeling this pressure on this Marsot round. And as we mentioned before, though, this objective now is definitely Marsot favoured. So has it gone the way that we kind of expected? Maybe. And Error 404 going to have a nice tight defense just to not allow Vikings to get in, as they are known for their equipment usage, they're known for the utility usage. So those nades and those smokes are going to be on point. Quick hello to everyone in the chat today. Thank you very much for coming out and catching this fine onward action between these two fantastic teams. Good to see you there, Cushberry's long-standing player, and Chidley Chids and Nogref. Good to see you guys. Solar Bob VR, thank you for catching the game. Gavin and Cheddar, good to see you guys too. So what are the quick predictions then? What are we expecting from Vikings for this one? Are they going to take this next round? What do you think, Visceral?
I think that they're going to be going for the cap. They know that they are at a disadvantage now. They're behind, they're 3-2, but they are within range of capping out this objective, and this objective is a little more Marsoc focused than Volk, as we just saw. If they're able to get that cap in, they will be handily prepared for map 2, their pick. That said, we are heading in now to round 6, map 1.
Definitely, and Vikings have been given that quick spawn, so they don't have as much ground to push on, but it doesn't look like, again, they are going to use that spawn to its advantage and try and push in aggressive and take the mid-burning and gas station. It does seem like they're going to opt to play the long game.
An interesting defensive setup from Error 404. Mostly a tight defense, and then Badger pushing his way through the basement of the parking garage there, up into the east, much the same way Noctum was trying to cover the east there, just a different approach. Some shots have gone out from Cobra, likely identifying what spawn Vikings got. That's going to give Badger a little bit of information to know that he's safe to push out a little farther than originally planned. That said, we are seeing some lines in, and he does go down to Noctum.
Yeah.
The northeast push already proving to be effective here.
It does look like the Badger was maybe opting to try and go for a flank there, so having that northeast approach stop that push is definitely going to work in Vikings' favor. And now they just need to work on that, capitalize on that early pick, and hopefully get another one and carry on with that momentum.
Absolutely. They do have a man up now. We're 5-4. Imbo, Mantis, and Noctum, though, are going to have to get through Nolu, who's holding a very tight line to prevent any kind of southeast cross. But that said, they do have a path here. There is an opening where Cobra is really the only thing that would stop them from wrapping around the north side of Nolu.
Most definitely, and as we've seen through these games with Vikings, what they like to do is try and just get a pick or two, and then work on that and go for the push in. Maybe they like to play the kind of game of, you know, Volt thinking we've got a couple people up, no one's going to go for a cap. But I think Vikings work on that, and that's that kind of mentality that they like to work against.
Absolutely, and we did see back in the last matchup a quick cap in the last minutes here. We've got Cobra versus Thurwin again on the first floor of Hospital versus Center. We saw that go Cobra's way the last time they fought this just a couple of rounds ago.
Yeah, it is interesting to see these players and their spots, really, because, everyone has their favorite kind of angle, their favorite push approach, and to see it in these games is good to see. It just shows that, how serious these teams are taking it. But Cobra going to be the one who is victorious again in that approach.
Nolu is flashed themselves here, attempting to flash Imbo. Looks like that's not going to be capitalized on. He's still there holding that line. Imbo and Mantis possibly deciding to rotate around Nolu. Nolu now being a little more ready for that. But does go down to Imbo. Some smokes on OBJ from the center here. Does force a rotation from Cobra.
Indeed, and just as I was saying, Vikings now have got their 2 picks. There's the 3rd pick onto Cobra, and this is what they do. They use that utility usage to make Volt move around, and then that's when they use that advantage to get those picks. And Naktom now pushing in. The objective, for all intents and purposes, is wide open. Amikasek, the only defender really for this. John CZ now pushing in from down from the top, but it may just be a little bit too late. Naktom has got the tablet out, but he's going to get taken out by Amikasek, who gets refragged by Mantis, and the smoke's coming out. John CZ, single defender, and that's a tough one. He is focused on Mantis, not watching for Shadow Warrior, who is on the corner now. All the Vikings need to do is not take John CZ out. Picked
it up just at the last second there.
I think Mantis
now rotated in to check the inside of the hospital, leaving Mantis open for the cap now. Mantis knows where John was, but not going to expect this attack from the roof here.
Oh, what a play by John CZ. Great rotations there as he's taking out the members of Vikings. I mean, I think Mantis did see him, but he was allowing Shadow the chance to get the cap there, and John CZ just happened to check the objective at the right time, really. If Shadow Warrior had been allowed just 1 more second on that, then that would have been a Vikings win. So very well played there from John CZ. 9 kills to 3 deaths, proving, that he has put the work in for this one.
Yeah, just an excellent play from John CZ there, rotating around and catching both people. Just, if he had been a moment later, that could have gone the other way. An excellent attempt from Vikings, but well held by Error 404. And Error 404 does take map 1. We'll now head into map 2. Vikings will get an opportunity to pick here. What do we think? What is going to come out from Vikings? What are we going to see for map 2?
Well, that's the question. I mean, with Cargo having been banned, and I think we've got a Suburbia on the table, I think what they're going to be doing at this point now is probably checking Error 404's stats for these games of what's left, and opting to choose based on that. So maybe we'll see a Bazaar come out, because we have, the Error 404 haven't played it really too much. What do you think, Visceral? What are we going to see from the Vikings side at this point? I mean,
we have most of the long maps taken out. Let's see, you're right, Suburbia is still on the table, but, I'm thinking we might see one that's a little more mid-range. I'm thinking we could see a Bazaar for map 2.
Yep, my thinking's exactly there. I think that's going to be, I know Vikings, and I know they enjoy that map, and they do play it very, very well, and they've played it more often than not. So fundamentally, from a logistical kind of point of view, that would be the route that they would want to take. But maybe they're going to try and throw a bit of a curveball out there. Snow Peak, I mean, that's been banned now, hasn't it?
Snow Peak is out, Downfall is out, so is Cargo and Subway.
So I think that leaves us with Tanker Suburbia, I want to say. What else?
Yep, Bazaar Tankers,
Yeah.
Urbia's in play. Am I blanking, or is there one more left here? Abandoned.
Abandoned, yes.
I believe Abandoned still in play.
Good range for Vikings to choose from, and they are still going through that at the moment of deciding what map they want to pick. And you know, the pressure's definitely on. They can't lose this next one. If Error 404 win this next map, then they are going into the third round undefeated, and they then just have to deal with with Rome. And you know, and if Rome don't win their next one, then I think Error 404 will be today's victors.
And they're definitely lining themselves up well, and now having taken 3 maps between the 2 last round and the first one this round, they are definitely in the lead there. While we're waiting between maps here, a quick shout out to our sponsors. We have ProTube VR, VR Cover, Downpour Interactive, of course VRML, HyperX, and Nightfire himself, putting in prize pool here for a total of $10,000 of prizes, over $7,000 in cash. And as you can see in between the different maps, between some of the ads here, we also have HyperX currently having their Loot Drop 2, a sale almost 50% on many of their products here. We have a map 2 pick coming in. We are going to see Abandoned.
And this is the first one that we've seen of the day, and just looking at this, I think Vikings have opted to take a side, which if you're not too sure about, it's certainly something you can do when it's your pick. You have a choice. You either have a map or a side, and Vikings have gone for the side, knowing probably what was left and feeling more confident in their defensive capabilities.
Yeah, an interesting choice there, but we will see Vikings starting off on defense. A very juicy objective here to start off with here in the silos. This objective, there is tons of cover. You can cap from inside, outside, around corners, up on the second floor as well. This objective is a very difficult one to defend when you start losing numbers. So it'll be interesting to see how Vikings set up for this defense.
Yeah, I must say I am such a huge fan of how Abandon has changed over the past few seasons. I mean, when it initially came out, it was such a big such a big kind of map and a whole lot of ground, and they have slowly shrunk this down over time, and we do have it now, and it's definitely turned into one of my favorites to play.
It's been an interesting addition to the season, and we've been seeing a lot of very interesting plays throughout the map. Some very long angles, some very tight and close range battles as well between all the different objectives. It has some of the range of downfall, but far more cover, and so we see some very different approaches than we see on a lot of other long range maps.
And it does look like we have had a change on the Error 404 side, having brought in IC19 now. Vikings opting to stay with the same team that they've been pushing out all day now, and so they're going to be very well warmed up. They're going to have a good amount of cohesion. It's going to be interesting to see how bringing in a different member for the Error 404 side is going to change up that chemistry a little bit. Whether it's for the better or for the worse, who knows? Let's find out.
Yeah, Mikosek was one of their flank defenders. We saw Mikosek being far away from the objective when Arrow 404 was defending, probably more often than not. So it'll be interesting to see if Icy fills the same role, or if maybe the Arrow 404 approach on this map is to be a little tighter.
Does seem like we've got a lot of planning going on at the moment, and again, that just, you know, it just shows the pressure that both teams must be feeling at this present moment in time. Vikings not wanting to lose another map and count themselves out potentially, but Error 404 wanting to solidify their lead in this round robin.
And with that, we do head into round one. And we see a quick spawn come in from Error 404. They have spawned in the south here. So the action will be quick. And with that, Cobra firing down the first shots onto Mantis. Nothing connecting so far. Noctum and Thurwin pushing up close. Icy able to take down Thurwin. We do see Arrow 404 splitting up. They have spread a long line here. Noctum almost behind some of them now. He knows where Cobra is. He's watching, waiting for this. There are lines on both sides of that rock, so he is opting to back off here. Icy able to take down Mantis. That's going to be a great pickup, as now no one is left directly on the objective. Imbo able to take Badger out.
Definitely was a long-range shot there from Icy onto Mantis, who was just basically sitting on the objective. And he is using that the 4X, which a lot of players don't opt to take. And I'm a fan of it personally. I like the 4X, you know, as long as you got that quick aim, it definitely helps. And Cobra's gonna find a spot of his own onto Shadow Warrior, and very quickly this Viking defense getting picked apart from such a long range that they really need to get a bit tighter. I think if we take a quick look on the map there, no one's on the objective, and this defense is so far out that they need to be pushing in.
And it looks like Noctum has taken note of that and is rotating back, but is a dangerous cross here that does die to no lose position. So we're left with just Imbo to prevent this cap, and so he's rushing back, but will go down. Error 404 takes round one.
Very fast round there indeed, just 2 minutes 10 seconds having been played out on the for that one, and I think Vikings now probably regretting maybe going for that Volk choice. As if we look at the Error 404 stats for this map, they have played it twice and not won it once, so maybe that was part of the reasoning behind the choice. But like I say, this is Error 404's pick, so there must have been some method to the madness there.
Yeah, an interesting strategization coming out there onto whether to pick the map or pick a side. Of course, we do not have confirmation that Arrow 404 did pick this map. If Vikings picked it, Arrow 404 could have chosen Marsoc. It does seem the most likely that Vikings chose the side over a map, but it is technically a Waze choice, which when they get first, and then home would get the other of those two picks. So it could have gone either way there in the tent as they were discussing. Either way, Error 404 coming out strong with that first round. It'll be interesting to see how Vikings approach the same objective. Whereas, as we were saying, this objective, one of the more difficult ones to defend on the map. I would say probably ranks second in my list of hardest objectives on the map to defend. So it'll be interesting to see whether this one also goes Marsoc as we head into round two. with a slightly less quick spawn, but still a south spawn, and also a south spawn from Volk, one of the only maps and objectives in the game where Volk don't have a set spawn. So it'll be interesting to see how Aero 404 approach this spawn, thinking perhaps Vikings got a north spawn because of their own south spawn, but not the case. Icy and Cobra will be running into Vikings very quick here.
Oh, but Thurin going to find John CZ, but that is only a down. And we're going to see another member of Vikings go down to the offense there. I think with it being Thurin and Shadow Warrior also taking out Icy as he tried to get a little bit aggressive there and take out this push on his own. And Shadow Warrior is calling out the Vikings offensive, getting a little bit aggressive, and they're getting a little bit a little bit disgruntled in one sense, and these movements are becoming more and more erratic. And like I say, I keep coming back to it, that just shows that pressure for these sides.
We're down to just 2 defenders. John CZ is still only down, so he can be making call-outs here. Not likely to be confirmed anytime soon. But we do have 4 Vikings up. Imbo has made it to the east. Does trade with Nolu, meaning that Badger is now the only one left to defend this objective.
And he's pretty far off, I would say. Wouldn't you agree there, Visceral? Well, no, he's sitting on top of it.
Yeah, Badger is trying to keep an eye on objective, but there are cap positions here. It looks like he might be going for the res onto John.
Interesting play, and
he probably is expecting a slower push from Vikings. They do see the res, but not able to confirm the kill.
No, the gunshots definitely came out, but somehow just didn't actually land onto their mark there. So great play from Badger, getting John CZ up, but he's decided to push quite far back, and hopefully we don't see Badger get taken out. As we know, Vikings like these kind of situations where you've got that defender pretty far off the mark. They work well to take out the defenders on the objective.
Yeah, if Badger goes down, John CZ's not in a great position to prevent a cap here. Vikings trying their hand at taking him out. We're back to a 3v2 here after that res. Smoke's coming out onto Badger's position. Looks like they'll go a little over his head. Shadow able to take out John, meaning we're back to Badger being the only one alive. And Shadow able to get the kill there, brings us to a tie, 1-1. Marsoc taking both rounds on that OBJ.
Fantastic.
We now move to the apartment objective here. A much more centralized objective. You can come at this one from the north or the south, depending on the spawn for Marsoc. So the defense's primary goal will be first to identify where the other team is spawned here, as we will see Vikings up first to defend this new objective.
And this is a very, very tough objective, really, for both sides, as Volk aren't going to spawn on the objective like they usually do. You're going to have that instance where both teams have got to push into the objective, and that allows them both to see each other. And the Volk defense on this one really needs to be tight, but there isn't too many angles really you can cover this from. So it's going to be interesting to see how Vikings deal with their 404, knowing that they like those long-range shots and those long-range picks, and Vikings being a bit more fluid in their defense.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see where they post up for this. I'd say this objective is a fair sight more defendable than the first objective is. Still could go either way. I have seen many a smoke cap on this objective. But with that, we do head into round 3, map 2.
There it is. That is the long-range spawn for both sides, as I was talking about there. And I think it plays well to Vikings' kind of playstyle. As we can see, Naktom, Shadow Warrior, Embo opting to go with that more flanky, that more long-range kind of push for a Volk side. And Error 404 probably not going to be anticipating that, actually.
Like I said, we did get some shots out from Noctum, probably just trying to slow down the push from Arrow 404s. Nobody's quite made it up that far yet on that side, but Nolu on the west side is pushing up very close to the 3-story building here. Looks to encounter Shadow Warrior very soon. Taking a peek at the map here, we do have a couple people heading through Snake Path on the east. We will see them encounter Thurwin and Mantis very soon as well.
I must admit, I do like that eastern push and see how people do take it through those mountains. As if you take a quick look at it here from the camera, it is a bit of a funnel, a bit of a choke point. And if Volk can be kind of covering just the exit there, then Marsok have such a difficult time. And Naktom is in a great position really to be watching that. And no one's going to be able to take him out from there. It's just whether him and Thurin can kind of sync up and stop any approach from here. But John CZ going to be the first to test this.
Trying to peek the corner, is going to throw a flash out to make this cross. It is going to let the Vikings know that there are a few players here. Noctum just misses Cobra's cross. Shadow Warrior also throwing some shots down towards Cobra. None connect right away. Meanwhile, Nolu has gotten behind Shadow Warrior and is now on the north half of the map. Setting up for some excellent flanking play there.
Shadow Warrior is so far away from the objective that I fear that if this Era 404 offensive does start taking out Mantis, Thurin, and Embo, then we could be in a little bit of an issue. Naktom having already been taken out now, opening up that central push for Era 404, that Embo is going to be the only one who can really kind of stop this. But Nolu also, like you say, coming from the north side, it's going to be tough for Vikings to cover all the angles.
Shadow Warrior is coming back onto OBJ, but we do have smokes out from Cobra and Badger. Nolu rotating around even farther is going to be at a great position to attack this objective from the direct north. Vikings not going to be expecting that at all. Icy is pushed up to the 3-story now and is trying to take out Shadow. They don't connect, but now Vikings know they are getting flanked. Ooh, but Shadow able to take out Icy. This can be a crucial pick here. Thurwin able to take out Badger, and Mantis able to take out John. With Nolu taking out Imbo. He did have a silenced weapon. It'll be interesting to see if the Vikings were able to identify those shots as being Marsok. We're down to a 2v3.
This is the question now, because Mantis isn't actually aware at all of this push from Nolu. It does take him out, but Thurin going to be very well aware of what's going on. But he's now got to rotate, and Nolu's running in, getting pretty aggressive on that. But he's got to deal with Shadow Warrior as he is in the perfect position to be watching this, and Thurin now rotating back after that smoke comes out. Gonna get picked off by Cobra, who's watching the objective. Nolu now pushing in. Gonna get picked off by Shadow Warrior. And we do come to a 1v1 now, where Shadow Warrior being in the more advantageous position, really knowing that Cobra's now got to kind of push in. But the question's going to be on that kill count. Is he aware that Cobra is that last person? Because if not, he's going to be covering a lot of ground.
And you can tell he's still checking the different angles. He knows Cobra can always rotate around the back of the apartments here, unseen. Cobra is instead going to head up to one of the second floor windows and try and get an oversight, and he pulls it off. Cobra able to secure round 3, putting Error 404 up 2-1.
Yeah, what a fantastic rotation there from Cobra, reading that situation super well, and that map knowledge also coming out there to know, yep, I need to be taking this second floor of this building. I've heard the gunshots come out, and this is where I'm going to get that angle. And like I said, you know, this is where the experience in these final games comes in, and having that map knowledge that it gives you those wins.
Absolutely. Error 404 setting themselves up nicely for taking a 4th map. Vikings definitely still not out. They will have the option to attack this objective now. And so far, it's been 3 Marsoc wins. If that continues, then we'll see Vikings take this one, and it could come down to a cap or just a Marsoc advantage as things progress through the different OBJs here. We could see those continuing to trade. Either way, it is still anyone's map.
Yeah, I'm liking the look of both these sides really at the moment. Error 404 really dominating on this map at the moment, but this objective I think is going to play to Vikings playstyle of having that, you know, get those picks and then use that utility and just watch the objective and watch people run around. That's how we've seen them play so far through the round robin, and I don't expect to change now. So hopefully Error 404 have been kind of making note of that one and go with it.
Absolutely, and we see what looks to be very similar, if not mirror spawns here, as we do have Vikings in a south central location, ready to... It looks like they're not going to opt to look for lines and instead push across this open section quickly as a 5-man rush up the center.
And they are making ground so quick right now, and this formation working so well. 4 up front, 1 sitting at the back to provide a little bit of oversight. And I don't think Error 404 are actually going to be expecting this, as Vikings haven't done this yet.
Yeah, there's a very aggressive push here coming out. Shadow Warrior right below Icy. Icy sounds like he heard somebody. He's going hunting now, looking to see who's in this building with him. Some shots coming out from John. Look like they're not to anybody in particular, as he is just taking a peek behind the apartments there. Meanwhile, Shadow Warrior right below Icy. Thurwin right north of Icy already. 3 pushing up from the center. Thurwin able to take out Icy is going to mean they have control of the west now.
And that's certainly going to be a crucial pick, as that tower it definitely allows either defense or attack to be able to kind of just watch over the objective and look for any movements and call them out.
Cobra with some utility trying to take out Mantis, pulls that off. Will we see Imbo with the refrag here? He doesn't get it. Cobra is pushed back, but the shot from Imbo might have given away his position.
Naktom and Badger also coming to going to come to blows soon, but Badger not expecting this push from Naktom, which could end in a bit of a trade here, as Naktom very well aware of Badger's positioning, but just not able to make it, like, you know, see him really. So Badger doing well to just kind of stay tucked in. You like Downfall, you don't want to get peaky, and there's the trade coming out, which kind of predicted there, and Cobra now rushing around just to get the confirm and see what's going on, but Embo in a position now to take him out. Great movements from Cobra to try and avoid the shots there, but not able to. John CZ getting the refrag onto Embo. Very quickly, we're now down to a 2-on-2, and the push is coming from the west.
And we're down to a 2v2, like you were saying, and Thurwin on the north side of Nolu did identify John's position, but not fast enough to make the shots. Does have Nolu now watching for the entrance from where Thurwin's positioned. We have Shadow Warrior trying to get some picks from 3-story still. Looking like he's going to opt to move in now. Only 2.5 minutes left. Thurwin trying to get a pick through the window onto Nolu. Not going to find anything there. John running around on the 2nd story there. Would be vulnerable to Thurwin's position, but also able to see him if his head comes up.
And that does just show you, you know, this objective, you do need to be kind of running around quite a lot. Vikings be having 2 minutes remaining on this approach. Looking good for that for time-wise, but I think they really need to kind of split this defense, as John and Nolu able to just kind of just cover one specific angle, really, and just wait. And Vikings really need to get this pick onto Nolu.
John able to take Shadow Warrior out. That's a crucial pickup there, as now we have Thurwin and Nolu right next to each other here. Thurwin, unaware of Nolu's position, does go down, securing the round for Arrow 404, bringing them up 3-1.
Yep, that's based on that positioning, that was, you know, Vikings really needed to split those guys up and split their attention, but unfortunately just not able to kind of move around John CZ and in such good positions there, moving around, not staying in one area. So Vikings can't really truly pinpoint where he was, and not able to go with their approach. 1 minute 30 remaining. Could they have spent a little bit more time planning? Maybe, but, you know, perfect defense really from Error 404.
Yeah, he was running around like a bat out of hell, watching as many angles as he could, John CZ that is, and it paid off for him. They're able to take off a couple of the defenders and really hold that down.
Indeed, and this is now where it's going to be getting tough for Vikings, but let's not forget, you know, they've been in this situation probably countless times. So you know, they should be able to come back from that.
Yeah, they're definitely not out of the woods yet. Arrow 404 are going to have a fight on their hands as Vikings defend this new tank warehouse objective here. With that, we are beginning the round, perhaps?
It certainly
There we
sounds
go.
like it.
Round 5 has begun. We do see a far northeast spawn for Air 404. They'll have a lot of ground to cover on their way to the objective. Vikings, meanwhile, spreading out their defense here. A dangerous cross does leave 2 Vikings going down. An excellent pickup from Badger, bringing this down to a 5v3 in the first 10 seconds of the round.
Yeah, excellent play there from Badger. And just snap to him there as he's talking about them. He has able to kill both of those members of Vikings in a very quick fashion without a down, which is going to be crucial.
Yeah, putting them in a great position here to take the map. Vikings, 2 of them tucked in tight, 1 of them kind of out in the open here, out in the west, trying to catch any cross coming in. Meanwhile, Nolu and John CZ are already past that position, up behind the apartments. Thurwin is going to need to rotate if he's going to be a benefit for these two. But there are still a couple of Aero 404 in the south there. They did lose 1 of them near the apartments there. Looks like Icy went down. The offensive a little off timing with each other here, as Badger is still very far in the south. Cobra just starting to kind of move in here, and John and Nolu already in position to push the objective.
We are getting some in-game planning coming from the Aero 404 side as they work in their pairs at the moment, and it's going to be interesting to see if any of these plans come to fruition.
Some smoke onto OBJ from Cobra. And rotates to try and catch the cross from Thurwin. Able to stay in cover so far. Looks like they might be seeing each other soon. Nolu and Badger approaching the objective now, with John CZ rotating all the way around to the south.
Cobra going to be the one to find Thurin in his spot, which does open this central kind of push now. So Cobra going to be able to get a smoke into the objective building, which is going to inform Mantis and Shadow Warrior of where this push is coming from now. And lots of smokes coming out, and Nolu with a quick check of the tablet. Gets taken out by Shadow Warrior.
To a 3v4 here, as Badger is ready to come at him from the south. Cobra looks to be aiming for that western door, and John a little farther away. We're looking to be backing up Cobra here shortly. Looks like Badger will be first on the menu for Vikings here, as he's heading in from the south. Some fire coming out from Cobra's not going to catch anybody.
He's playing this really well at the moment. Super silent, and neither Shadow nor Mantis aware that he is actually this close.
Some fire from Cobra onto Badger's position. Luckily for Aero 404 doesn't connect. But that will cause Badger to make a little bit of noise backing off. Not sure if Shadow Warrior heard that or not.
No, and let's just note the use here of the AK that Cobra has, and I'm not sure if this is a I've run out of ammo kind of thing, or if he's using it to kind of dissuade the enemy. But him and Badger with a perfect attack, really coordinated well, takes out Mantis and Shadow, giving Aero 404 their second map win and their 4th overall, completely uncontested.
excellent play from the two of them, pushing in there at the end at the same time. Just a great play overall, and a great map from both teams. But we do have Arrow 404 having taken now both maps of match number 2.
Indeed.
Them up, I do believe, 4-0.
Looking on that, it does look like, unfortunately, I left the overlay up for that one.
It happens. An unfortunate one for the last round of it.
The entire thing, but had to happen once, so the curse is done and over with. But to that effect, I've been your caster Jamie, along with Lord Visceral, and we have been watching Error 404 take on Vikings. Error 404 being the victors of this one, and again, that's their 4th uncontested win. Going to be interesting to see how they go up against Rome now on over on venues, whilst we see Vikings take on Peacekeepers. So whilst the rounds get set up, that we'll go to a very short intermission now, and as soon as the lobbies are all ready and going, we will be bringing you the last round of the day.
Yes.
Easy going right there. Looking at it. One more to go.
Welcome back, VRML 1 viewers. So here we are, bringing you the final round of the day. Vikings taking on Peacekeepers, and this is going to be one heck of a good matchup now.
We are playing for the second seed. We do have a quick spawn here with our lower dumpster OBJ here on Downfall. We got a lot of pre-fire coming out here as the Peacekeepers try and get their defensive positions. One does go down, bringing us down to a 5v4. Mantis rushing in on Center Hotel. Shadow Warrior laying some cover fire down onto Squirfy's position.
And this is a
You
very
see Vikings
similar...
taking full advantage of this quick spawn here.
Yeah.
Moving quick.
Very similar to how we saw them take it on the... how we saw them take it against Rome in the first round, and it's going to be interesting to see if they do play it exactly the same.
Hey, one's heli bungalow wall.
Yeah, it was very successful. Their first round against Rome there, they did pull off a cap on this objective, even though it was 1v4 at the time, probably hoping to have the same success here against Peacekeepers. They are up one. It's 3-4 in their favor. Still 4.5 minutes to go, and they have pushed up to Center Hotel. Squirfy a bit off of the objective with a good overwatch, but he does go down to Shadow Warrior. Only downed, though, can be rezzed. Not that res is likely with his position. He will be able to make some good callouts from there, though. Meanwhile, Imbo and Right when able to move in on Varus's position, he now hears them and is moving around to help clear that out. He is outnumbered here. Let's see if he's able to take him. He does get Thrywen. Imbo now aware that there is someone above him here as his teammate has gone down. Hondo able to take out Shadow Warrior, bringing us down to a 2v2.
Very quickly, Vikings having that lead has been taken away from them, and Naktom and Embo now having to approach from mid-hotel, and if Peacekeepers are aware of this push, which they may be because of Squirfy being down, it's going to be tough for them. They've got to get out of mid.
A frag from Hondo, just missing the mark there on the wrong side of the wall to get Noctum. Imbo and Virus trade, leaving it down to a 1v1 here. Hondo rotating towards the objective here, getting ready, knowing that the last person is here in Center Hotel. Knocked him a little less than 3 minutes left on the clock, 1v1. He knows he can take a little bit of time here as he clears things out. But Squirfy, meanwhile, still able to make callouts from where he is downed. Won't be able to see anything yet, but if Noctum does make it to the roof, he might be able to call that out in time. Noctum going back inside. First round comes down to these two, Noctum versus Hondo. And Hondo in a great position to prevent a cap. We'll see who's able to come out ahead here.
Luckily for Naktom, though, he
smoke very off of the objective.
Yeah, luckily for Naktom, he has got all this equipment that's just being left for him by the dead members of Vikings. And Hondo now gonna have to be checking a few angles. He's probably expecting the push to be coming from the east.
Oh, but he did anticipate Noctum's position and find the kill. Peacekeepers able to take the first round.
Great first round, really, from Peacekeepers, able to hold on to their bulk advantage there, and Vikings just not able to really push out from the mid hotel, and the Peacekeepers definitely kept them enclosed in there. And so, as we didn't get to do the bans prior to coming into the game, Visceral, what bans did we see from the Vikings and Peacekeepers side?
Yeah, so with the Vikings ban here, we got cargo and quarantine banned for them. And on Peacekeepers side, we have Suburbia and Snow Peak. So an interesting grouping of close range and long range maps being taken out, with Downfall being the first map up here. The second map, we honestly, from these teams, I'm expecting a Subway for second map, but we'll have to see when we get there. These teams, again, fighting for that spot on the second seed. If either team can come out ahead for both maps, they put themselves in an excellent position to take the second seed heading into the semifinals next weekend. With that, we do head into round 2. We're going to see mirror spawns here as Peacekeepers also get quick spawn. Should make for some very quick action here.
That is the thing. Is Vikings going to be expecting the quick spawn now? And quickly, Peacekeepers have spotted a few movements from the Vikings side, and that's going to account for how they adjust to this approach. With Shadow Warrior in a perfect position, really, to see anyone trying to push from the east. Very quickly shuts down that approach, and Squirfy having to move on. Spotting Shadow Warrior, not able to land any shots onto him, unfortunately, and that's going to be a powerful position for Vikings in covering this objective.
The laser coverage across the field right now is heavy over and across Squirfy's position, as Vikings are now keenly aware of the spawn, and Vikings keenly aware of Shadow Warrior's position, as, you know, Vikings are slightly ahead here with that pick onto Virus, putting them up 5-4, and Peacekeepers slowly making their way across the field here. Looks like Squirfy will be crossing Imbo's line here momentarily, but Imbo has ducked back under and is not currently holding the line. We'll see how that plays out here as he peeks back out the window.
The question here, though, is, are we going to see a similar approach from Peacekeepers the Vikings did to Rome in that first round, where they were able to kind of sneak in and get the cap amidst a lot of turmoil? Squirfy surely setting himself up for that, but unfortunately, with the Shadow Warrior's positioning, he's going to have a bit of an issue getting there unseen. Peacekeepers really need to take out Shadow Warrior.
We saw this same defensive setup from Vikings back in their fight against Rome, and with that, Thrywan does get Hondo down, bringing us down to a 3v5. Another good pick up there. What I was saying with Vikings defense is that even as the Marsoc players get closer and closer, they have this defense well planned, and it quickly turned into a kill box. And it'll be interesting to see if Peacekeepers are able to pick apart that, or if we'll see the same perfect defense come in this time. Shadow Warrior able to pick up rushers. We're now down to a 2v5. This offense from the Peacekeepers falling apart, but Squirfy still making progress.
Indeed, and like I mentioned, Shadow Warrior's positioning is so crucial for this defense, really. Squirfy knows he's got to take him out before he can make any form of approach, but Shadow Warrior so tucked in and so well defended, really, from Embo and Thurin over on the mid hotel, that I think Squirfy is going to struggle to take him out.
The shots from Squirfy give away his position, and Imbo pops out of the window to take him out, showing the big plan from Vikings there on how they have this defense covered. We're now down to Diesel being the only Peacekeeper left to pick through this defense, and I'm thinking we might see another 5-man-up defense. Vikings clearly have a solid plan for this objective, and they're showing it here once again. Diesel making his way south, carefully watching Imbo's position. He did hear those shots come out before. If Prywin looks over here, he's in a great position to see Diesel. You can see his head moving around a little bit from Diesel's point of view here. So he does see it. Takes the shots, but he misses, and Imbo pops out to find the kill again. And Vikings put their round up, bringing us to a 1-1.
An excellent defense, really, from Vikings there, truly solidifying that that approach, that you know, that their defense on that, and they're shutting down any kind of approach from Peacekeepers on the west. Maybe they needed to split that defense like we talk about a lot in this game. The key approach to Downfall in those bigger maps is making it so Volk have a lot of ground to cover, and that they have got to be peeking, because Marsok's only chance of getting those picks is when Volk start to peak, and you need to make them do that.
Yeah, a very well-held defense from Vikings. And now we move to a different objective, one that we haven't seen today. We are heading farther north to this Hilo 2-story objective here. Be interesting to see how Peacekeepers set up the defense on this and how Vikings take this one apart.
That is so very true. The North HQ objective, kind of notorious really for any kind of Marsok approach, as Volk can get in some pretty forward positions, and I've seen a lot of variations on Volk defenses on this, which is going to be interesting to see from Vikings how they use that experience against Peacekeepers. But Peacekeepers aren't green to this themselves. They've been around for a long time now. But we are going into the third round of the round robin. And Peacekeepers using some smokes to allow themselves some ground, which Vikings really need to try and deny. But unfortunately, with their spawn, not going to be able to do just that.
Yeah, there are some spawns with this objective that will allow Marsok to deny that cross. So they wisely use some utility there to secure those positions. And we now see a wider, like a looser defense than we usually see with this. Having two people a little farther from objective. Their lines are set and they're ready for this. I do not believe Vikings spawn has yet been determined. It's about to be seen as Rushers takes out Thrywin in the south.
He kind of looked like he was flying and stuck in the air. So
bringing us down to a 4v5 in Peacekeepers' favor here. And while The rest of the
don't know what
Vikings
that
just
was.
slowly moving across the map, looking for their picks, looking to tear apart some defensive plans.
And like I say, the key here is for Vikings to try and draw
not too
Peacekeepers
good,
out of their spots. We've just heard Shadow Warrior say, they're not exposing themselves, and Peacekeepers right now are being so disciplined, and that's the tough part, is just not getting overzealous on your peaks and just holding your lines of sight.
Absolutely. And they are doing just that, holding their line, hoping that the Vikings will make the first move, because ultimately the Vikings will have to. If Peacekeepers don't, they only have 4 minutes left, still plenty of time, but the time is unfortunately against them. If time runs out, Peacekeepers win. So Peacekeepers
God, what is my
can just wait.
3 minutes 50.
What the fuck?
Noctum making his way closer to the objective through the center here. Going to be supported by Shadow Warrior coming up from behind. Meanwhile, Imbo and Mantis have made it to Upper Dumpster, where they are soon to be crossing the lines from Squirfy and Rushers.
This is indeed going to be the point where it starts getting a lot more difficult now for Vikings. 3 minutes remaining, and they are yet to get a single pick onto Peacekeepers, who at the moment, they're going to be pretty confident in this defense. They know as this time comes down, Vikings are going to have all that pressure of having to either get some picks or get to the objective and get that cap. And at the moment, Peacekeepers just not allowing that.
We've seen a lot of the offensive plan from Vikings be let the defense make the mistake, get the picks, and then push through the gaps created by those picks. And as you were saying, Peacekeepers are just being disciplined. They are waiting it out. And Squirfy about to see Imbo on the cross here. Imbo makes it, though. That will get called out. His position now known, but he did successfully make that across. And he identified Squirfy's position and was able to get the frag, bringing us down to a 4v4. That's exactly what Vikings are looking for, getting these picks on Peacekeepers to tear apart their defensive plan. Meanwhile, Noctum getting danger close to the objective here. Will have Hondo likely to worry about more than anyone else. If he can take out Hondo, he might have a road for the cap here. But if Virus identifies that position, he might lose on the cross, even if he's able to take out Hondo. Here comes the smokes from Noctum. That's going to give away a little bit of their position, but some excellent cover for OBJ if he can get there. Virus now honed in, waiting for Noctum to make a move. But it looks like it's going to be Rushers that will find the kill here.
Indeed, lots of lasers
off.
coming
Noctum
out.
able to suppress Rushers off.
Phantom shed.
Imbo, in the meantime, pushing up to Virus, giving Noctum the cover he needs. Push onto Diesel's position, but Diesel able to take out Noctum.
That was a great pick from Diesel there, taking out Noctum, which could have been the brunt of this Vikings push. 30 seconds now remaining, and they've got a lot of ground to have to try and cover. Virus with a fantastic defense of the center hotel, able to take out all 3 remaining members of Vikings on their approach. 20 seconds remaining, and Peacekeepers really having a commanding lead at the moment on this.
Yeah, putting up 2 points there against Vikings. the Peacekeepers clearly knew what they were doing and knew how Vikings operate on the offense and just maintained that discipline. They did not peek. They watched their lines, and finally it came down to the Vikings were running out of time.
Most definitely, and that just goes to show that it's not just the Vault defenders you're battling against as Marsoc. It is that time, you know, and as that starts trickling down, and you start thinking, right, I've got 20 seconds to make this cross. I've got 30 seconds to do this, and that's when that internal battle of should I or shouldn't I kind of comes in. And obviously you have to take whatever chances you can get, and Vikings tried that, but unfortunately Peacekeepers just in some very strong positions to be able to defend this objective.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they turn this around here. Now the Vikings get their opportunity to defend, and we have seen some very solid defensive plays from Vikings. So I'm expecting a very well thought out setup here that the Peacekeepers are going to have to try to pick apart. So far, we've really just been trading bulk rounds, and the Vikings cannot let that continue. Because if we just continue to trade bulk rounds, Peacekeepers will take the map. So they'll need to hold this down, but they're going to have to show their stuff on Marsoc one of these rounds, or they will not take the map. With that, we are headed into round 4 on map 1.
I think the question here is, how different is this Viking defense going to be? We've seen how they've been playing some of these objectives, and they're definitely playing off the cuff kind of positions. And you know, we're seeing this now. The smoke's coming out, throwing in a brilliant spot to be able to defend the front of the objective. If he is allowed to be able to get into the basement of lower red truck, then he's going to be in one of the most powerful positions for this objective, and Peacekeepers don't want to allow that, so they need to be watching this right now.
Smoke at center tents, or heli.
Peacekeepers did get a southeast spawn. We do have Virus kind of moving around to the north, maybe cutting through the center here. Meanwhile, we have Diesel and Squirfy moving up, already making it to upper dumpster. Uncontested here. Looks like Noctum might be their first encounter.
I don't see anything from Marsoc. I'm heading around the south with the boys.
It's like Peacekeepers might be taking a page out of Vikings book and just trying to pick apart the defense before moving in.
That they are, but Vikings got such a strong circle around the objective at the moment that I think it's going to be tough for Peacekeepers really to kind of draw them out and get those crucial picks. But if they can take out the HQ building and the helicopter defender, then maybe the push could be on.
We're seeing a heavy south focus with 4 of Peacekeepers already making it into the south, into that upper dumpster area.
Don't just yet. I gotta get this intel.
Mostly uncontested. Majority of the Vikings defense is focused more internally, more letting them gain the ground and then picking them apart later, which has been very successful for them in the past. We saw it on Downfall, we saw it on Quarantine, and we may well be seeing that again here.
Yeah, actually, you said you seen him on top, right, Squirf?
Yeah, like the stairs. If that...
Awesome shots from Imbo, having identified a Marsoc drone flying in the north.
Question is how much
Not
intel
sure if
is
Intel,
Virus going to be able to get
unfortunately,
from this drone? He did call it out a little bit ago that that's what he was going to be doing. He's going to try and get that intel. And if anyone's actually tried to fly the drone in this game, it isn't the easiest thing to control. And let alone kind of survive through gunshots. A good drone pilot in this is definitely worth assault, as that intel is crucial.
It looks like they were able to take out that drone, as now Virus is back to moving in. And with that, we have all 5 of Peacekeepers now focused in the south, as Vikings kind of turn their eyes that direction. Knocked him with a great shot down to Virus's position. Just Virus keeping himself tucked in, not able to see him cross there. Diesel trying to find Imbo's position. Imbo trying to find Virus. You see the smokes come out.
Smoke's incoming.
And the issue
Knocked him
was
finds Hondo. Now the lasers are honed in. They know he is there.
And this is the problem at the moment, is that Peacekeepers have been trying to get some picks, or at least identify where the Vikings defense is actually situated. They have ran down that time. 1 minute 30 remaining. 4 members of Vikings to have to try and push out. Shadow Warrior taking out Russia's in mid-hotel. And Peacekeepers slowly getting taken out. 1 minute 20 remaining, and they've got to get Shadow Warrior down again. He is in that crucial position again.
Yeah, he is definitely going to be the first of their concerns, but at this
And both
point,
cover my
all
side,
eyes
both
are
sides, please.
turned south, being ready for this push. Shadow
Second
takes
floor.
out Squirfy. Rywin able to take out Diesel, leaving just Virus. And now his position given away. The lasers are coming in.
Unfortunately, though,
We'll
Virus...
go down to Mantis here. And
Yeah.
that will secure Vikings' second round, bringing us up to a 2-2.
Virus there getting a little bit too honed in on Thurin's spot. Maybe, try to flank around, push around the opposite side and go for that basement that was completely open, but didn't opt for that. And yep, that just shows, this stage in the game, a little thing like that just takes your attention can truly change the outcome of how it goes.
Yeah, we saw again that Viking strategy of the letting them get close and then tearing them apart. The Peacekeepers picked up so much ground there in the south before their position was really identified, crossing between Lower Dumpster and Center Hotel. And at that point, Vikings were honed in and ready, and they just picked apart Peacekeepers one by one. And as I was saying earlier, we will need to see a Marsoc win from Vikings if they're going to take this. So far, it has been 4 wins for Volk. And if Vikings are not able to pick up a Marsoc round, the map will go to Peacekeepers.
And that we could potentially see, but we do know that Vikings kind of work well in these kind of situations when when it comes to the last couple points, and they are on the offensive now. And I'm wondering whether this has been their game at the moment. They're aware of the points. Were they just trying to get those first 2 to then push in for the cap? Or are they going to carry on with how they've been playing this map and just play a bit more conservative?
It'll be hard to tell if any of their past games today are to judge. Then I think they're going for the cap, but that was unsuccessful one of the times that they've done it recently, and so they might opt for a more focus on the kill strategy. We're getting a lot of pre-fire trying to stop a cross to the north on the defensive side here. Imbo able to take out Virus, an excellent pickup here as they move in on what could be one of the most crucial rounds for them this map.
I think I'll just end.
They have eyes on Hondo's position here as they're expecting someone there.
Oh,
Didn't see a buddy.
excellent M203 there from Mantis onto Hondo VR's positioning. Going to open up the mid-hotel approach, but he is only down, so the call-out's going to be coming out, and he's not going to be able to be finished off. That's going to be something that's important.
Yeah, part of it's going to depend on exactly where he died in here from his own perspective, if he's going to be able to continue to call out the Vikings. As said, Rushers is honed in on 3 of their positions, but Thrywin and Imbo getting danger close to the objective here. Ooh, a headshot from Rushers able to take out Noctum.
He's peeking in the
That's going to be a helpful pickup here to bring them back closer together as we're now 3 to 4.
He's peeking south side of the building.
Embo getting some good call-outs really on the positioning for Peacekeepers, but unfortunately Squirfy going to be hearing all this, so he is going to potentially relay that, and Diesel also in a position to be able to kind of just catch him on the corner here, so he's going to need the backup from the rest of his team to be able to make this approach.
Thrywin keeping it low and slow, rotating around. Rushers will pick up Imbo. It looks like Thrywin's position is largely unknown at this point. Shadow and Mantis fairly tucked in here. The defense acutely aware of his position, of their positions. Thrywin looking to get a pick onto Rushers. Definitely help this kind of northern flank here. Going to be a difficult push here for Vikings if they can't get another pick. Especially with possible callouts coming from Hondo in here.
Speaking of, though, he's surely going to potentially bleed out very shortly, but I think Diesel might be trying to make the cross to go get that revive, but time probably going to be against him as Mantis took out Hondo about a minute ago, and just as I was saying that, yep, he will bleed out, and that's opened up mid-hotel as Diesel gets a little bit more aggressive on his positioning.
Just over 2 minutes left on the timer. Something that has defeated the Vikings today is running out of time. They are slow and methodical, but not always quick enough. Thrywin's position going to be given away by an attempt at Rushers here. Unsuccessful, unable to get that pick up. He's rotating even farther to the north. Does miss Rushers again, as Rushers was peeking out there. We do see some lines coming in from the likes of Mantis to try and also help against Rushers. Ooh, Diesel able to pick up Mantis. Shadow Warrior looking for the refrag here. An excellent flash. He is able to get him picked up. Squirfy not able to catch him on the cross there. But he's only down, which means he's going to be able to call out Shadow's position.
Ooh,
Squirfy goes down. Objective is now open. Tablet out.
Oh, but Thurin finishing off Rushers. Unfortunately, I don't think Shadow actually made the call-outs that he was on the objective and capping there. And Vikings gonna miss out on that cap opportunity, which would have given them this map.
Yeah, an unfortunate lack of communication at the end there, but it still goes their way, and they're able to pick up that crucial Marsoc round that they needed. If they can hold one more solid defense, then they will still get the map. And so far, Peacekeepers has been unable to pierce the Vikings' defense.
And that's very, very, very true. Shadow Warrior at the moment sitting on 7 kills, doing so much work for this Vikings side. Between him and Mantis, they're providing such good callouts and that in-game leadership that you desperately need on these maps. And I think Peacekeepers are going to struggle on this one, to be honest. Vikings, we know what their defense is like, so it's going to be important to see how Peacekeepers slowly pick apart and brush off that last round to just do what they do best and get those picks.
They've now lost their Volk advantage and can no longer just trade Volk rounds. They will need to respond in kind and pick up this Marsoc round if they are going to stay in the contention. If Peacekeepers loses this map, then it's going to come down to Vikings and Rome as far as who is able to grab that second seed spot. What we could be seeing here is the Peacekeepers, is the end of the Peacekeepers season. Quite possibly. If they're able to cap, if they're able to take this round, then they can stay in the contention. But one of these teams will have to take on both maps potentially, depending on the outcome of our other channel, Rome versus Arrow 404. But either way, if one of them does, or when one of them does lose, as they can't both win here, that could well spell the end of their contention for that second seed. That said, we are heading into round 6 as we see Vikings setting up their defense. Peacekeepers opting to rotate away from their north spawn for a more south-based push. Virus in the same position he spawned in. Likely's got a drone. If there's his tablet out, drone will be in the air.
Never mind, one North Marsoc.
Trying to identify these Viking positions. The Vikings, a very loose defensive plan here. There is no one on the northeast side of the objective. It could well play into their favor with this very heavy south push from Peacekeepers, but the objective building is wide open here.
I'm literally just a distraction here. I'm probably not going to kill anyone.
Some shots out from Imbo, going to identify his position, but also give some good calls as to
You bastards.
what is going on in the south there. Throws some pistol shots out just to draw some attention, it seems.
Yeah, I'm just kind of wondering whether this is actually part of their planning on this one, is to allow Peacekeepers to get some ground uncontested, and when they get out in the open, that's when they're going to get punished for going anywhere. This, like you say, this defense is super loose for Vikings. But they do like to do this kind of stuff, off the cuff stuff. This is how they play. They keep you guessing. You can never truly guess how they're going to take either a defense or an attack.
Yeah, and we're seeing some shots from Mantis into the northeast where no one is at. I'm wondering if he has spotted a drone out there at all, or if he is just trying to lay down some fire. That said, we're seeing a lot of attention given to the northeast all of a sudden from this. I'm wondering if he thinks he saw someone.
Alright, fuck
But
it.
Peacekeepers all in the south now, all 5 of them. As I say that, we do have a few rotating to be more north focused. Possibly trying to throw off the Vikings, but might work against them if the Vikings were already thinking they were up there.
Still at that stables rock.
Imbo throwing some more pistol shots downrange, trying to draw some more attention from behind cover.
Indeed, and this is a little bit of a concern at the moment for the Peacekeepers side. 2 minutes 30 remaining, and they're yet to get a single pick. They spent so long looking for Embo and wondering what those gunshots actually were that they've ran down this time, and they're going to only have, by the time they get to the objective, probably a minute 30 to actually perform anything. Squirfy going to test the push, and the Vikings defense all just watching this angle, and Peacekeepers now in an awkward position where they're not going to truly be able to make it down this hill without kind of a little bit of luck, or as Virus has just done, hit the ground fast.
Iris does successfully make the cross. Rushers is now attempting as well. But all eyes are north as the Vikings are well aware of this position here. Some shots from Mantis coming out in a great position to catch the Peacekeepers out of position here. Unfortunately does not connect.
Yeah, possibly North Brothel Dark.
More shots from Hondo out as well. Trying to take out Thryrint's position, so far unsuccessfully. Rushers now aware of Mantis's position, throwing down some cover fire. Takes shots of his own from Noctum. Still none connecting until Diesel finds Thrywin in the south. Shadow with the refrag with Virus taking out Imbo. We're down to a 3v3, and the north side of the objective is open.
Issue being, like I said,
Mantis covering it, Shadow Warrior rotating in. Mantis finds Rushers, but Virus finds Mantis, and now Shadow, Virus trade, and Vikings take it with the two remaining. Vikings, 1.5, I suppose, because that was a trade with a down, but either way, Vikings take map 1, 4-2.
Yeah, and Peacekeepers, as we said, they got hung up a lot on Embo's position in there, which unfortunately ran down that time. They're coming down to the last minute, 30 seconds, and they're now thinking, right, we've got to make this push, and unfortunately, not enough time to allow for the picks, allow for the angle spots and the pre-fire, and Vikings were just in the positions they needed to be in to be able to cover what they need, and they're going into this next round going to be feeling pretty good. This is their 3rd map win now. All they need to do is take this next map, and then potentially they will be going on to onto their 2nd place.
Yeah, at this point, the Vikings have a clear line to their 2nd seed there. Of course, depending still on how Rome does against Error 404. Over on our other channel here, the VR Master League, we do have Error 404 versus Rome. And if Rome is able to beat Error 404, then they can secure themselves the 2nd seed. If they do not take both maps, then it will come down here to Vikings versus Peacekeepers. And we are seeing our 2nd map of the day. We are seeing Bazaar coming in here, I do believe, for the first time this afternoon.
Yes, at least for ourselves, this is going to be the first Bazaar of the day, and on the face of it, it's going to be I think it might possibly be a pick from Peacekeepers. They are attacking with Vikings defending. I know a common strat Vikings used to use was kind of, you know, they would play you in scrims and essentially always be Marsoc, and they would play that all the time. And then when you came to play them in a match, that was when they were picking Volk all the time. You know, and that kind of stuff does throw teams, and whether Peacekeepers have been scrimming them and seeing that, and now they're getting what they're getting is a question to be had, really.
Yeah, the Vikings know at this point that they may well have to take this map in order to secure their spot. And Peacekeepers are thinking, you know, if Rome loses over there and we take Bazaar, we could still have a chance. And so this final map of the day is going to be extremely crucial for these teams.
Most definitely, and I think Vikings certainly are going to be feeling that pressure now of how they're going to, you know, how they're going to take this map, and hope that, you know, Error 404 do start losing, Rome also losing. It's you know, it's all a big man game, really. These round robins, you're not just thinking about your own game, you're also thinking about what other people are doing and how their games are going. And yeah, this is a crucial moment.
Yeah, and I mean, it's those of us who are kind of outside of VR here do have the ability to go and watch both games kind of unfold here, get a little bit more information. But for Peacekeepers and Vikings, they will not have any idea how Error 404 versus Rome is doing on the other channel. And so for them, this could be make it or break it. Peacekeepers need this if they're going to contend, and Vikings need this in case Rome gets one of the maps over there, or even both of the maps over there. They know they need to win again, to win Bazaar here, if they are going to continue their season.
Certainly seems like we're getting a lot of planning, and the first objective is going to be the northeastern marketplace. And this one, it's impossible to say which side has the advantage. It completely depends on the team and positionings, and I know that's probably a very easy thing to say, but unless you've actually played this objective, you just don't know. It's very tough. If Marsoc are able to get a couple picks onto Volk as they're getting into positions or from the outside, it certainly opens up a lot of confusion when the smokes do start coming out. And Vikings, I know, like to play to that kind of confusion and that you know, that uncertainty of where the enemy is.
Absolutely. There are two different spawns for this. One of them is considered a quick spawn, and Peacekeepers likely hoping to be able to get that quick spawn and take down some Vikings before they're able to really fully get into that position. And that can make the difference here, trying to get those picks off before they're really able to set up the kill box defense that they've really been known for throughout today.
Certainly a lot of planning going on at the moment. Just shows how much pressure both these teams are probably feeling at this present moment in time. And on the face of it, I think Vikings may have just had a drop, so we are just waiting for the member to come back.
While we're waiting to get rolling back with the action here, shout out to our sponsors. We have $10,000 in prizes up for grabs, over $7,000 in cash alone. And those sponsors are going to be HyperX, VR Cover, RoTube VR, Downpour Interactive, VRML, and of course our caster from the other channel, Nightfire, has also contributed to the prize pool. And that is what these teams are going to be fighting for over the coming weeks. We do have our semi-finals coming up next weekend, the 26th and the 27th, where the best two teams from today and tomorrow will be going head-to-head. Definitely not going to want to miss that next weekend. The action will be heavy.
And as we are watching the teams come in, I have just seen a brief caltrop appear, which, if anyone knows this player, they're gonna know to expect some very, 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 very off the wall plays, and going to be very interesting. Actually, it can be a fun player to watch.
I don't think we've seen Caltrop play yet this evening, so they might be rotating him in to get a little bit of the action here.
Certainly would be something, but you know, like I say, he's a very unknown player. That player is not somebody who you could pinpoint what he's going to be doing at any present moment in time, and you most definitely will not be able to understand what he's thinking. So if Vikings are bringing him out, then they certainly mean business for this map, as Peacekeeper's probably not going to be able to kind of work him out until the very last rounds.
Taking a peek at the history on the map for these teams, they've both been around for a very, very long time. Vikings have played this 54 times in their history with VRML, and they have done fairly well on it. 65% win rate, doing pretty good for themselves there. Meanwhile, for the Peacekeepers side, it is one of their most played maps, beating 19 of the 35 times they've played this in their history of VRML. So the win percentage leans a little in the favor of Vikings, but this is Peacekeeper's most played map, so one that they are definitely going to be familiar with. As we dive in here, looks like we have all 5 for both teams here, so we should be getting into the action here momentarily. And with that, the countdown begins. Round 1 on map 2. No pre-spawn in for the Peacekeepers. Gonna have a little bit of a longer run to get to the objective, and it looks like they are opting to use the farther spawn to flank entirely from the south. We're seeing a 5-man rush down through the south street here. Meanwhile, the Vikings are setting up heavily to counter a quick spawn. They are focusing entirely on the market here, meaning Peacekeepers are going to be wildly uncontested throughout the majority of their push here until Noctum is able to identify this. There's some smoke coming out to help them cross in the south as well.
This is certainly a very interesting approach from the Peacekeepers' side, as like you say, so heavily aggressive on the east. I don't think Nactom's going to be prepared for an entire 5-man push, really. The question is going to be, is he going to be able to give that knowledge to the rest of his team to be able to cover this? As that's the important part of it, being able to get your team in a position to be able to flank or just cover any cross. Vikings, with this knowledge, would be able to shut down this approach.
So you did see rushers, but he wasn't able to connect there, so he has identified at least one person has made it to that location. Meanwhile, Hondo and Destroyer are across the street. Hondo looking to get down onto Noctum's position. Luckily, Noctum got undercover in time without even knowing Hondo's position. Caltrop just inside Blue Room here, likely going to hear some of Destroyer and Hondo's noise right on the other side of the wall from him. And a C4 comes out with an air burst that unfortunately doesn't connect anybody. We see flashes and frags down on the Noctum's position.
B3 coming through the hallway.
But so far, nothing has connected. Still 5v5.
There's one on that wall. I think I just saw him flip.
Rushers living up to his name, rushing Noctum here. Smoke out onto the street to help Destroyer. Hondo ready for the attempted flank. Takes out Imbo, trying to cross the street. And we're now down to a 5v4. Noctum ready for rushers. Does pick him up. Might not be ready for Squirfy.
Oh, this positioning from Noctum isn't something any of them are prepared for at the moment. He's played it really well on that shed. But very quickly, the aggression from the Peacekeepers' side as they push into the objective area, but unfortunately, Vikings so spread out and prepared for this push, quickly takes out many members of Peacekeepers, and we are very quickly left with Virus, who could get the revive onto Destroyer and turn this into a 2v2.
It looks like he might be going for the revive here, but those smokes not going to deny vision. So Shadow Warrior does go back to watching the Blue Room. That will be very dangerous here. And as I say that, it looks like he might be rotating on to watch it again.
He's peeking.
Oh, but the smoke does deny it from his new position, so they are able to get the revive. He re-kills Destroyer, leaving it down to just Virus versus the two Vikings here. Virus hard locked onto Shadow Warrior's position. Now watching for Mantis. It all comes down to Virus. He's going to try to rotate through here. Might leave himself open to Mantis. Mantis tucked in tight. Here comes looking around the corner. Virus doesn't make the cross and opting to go around the building, the safer option there. But only 1:25 left on the timer. To make this rotation work, he's going to have to push in hard from the north. Now checking the time, knows that there's only a minute left here. This rotation could catch Shadow Warrior unawares. Oh, but he's making some noise on this push with the little time he's got left. Now Shadow Warrior and Mantis going to be aware of this position, but might not expect the full rotation. 35 seconds left on the clock. Virus coming in on OBJ.
Oh, but
the
C4
from Shadow.
Don't fucking kill my kill. Don't.
I didn't even see it myself. The C4 Shadow just destroys Virus. Vikings secure round 1 from Bazaar. Just an excellent play from Vikings to adapt to that heavy south push from Peacekeepers that, until Noctum was able to call that out, seemed very unexpected. Vikings were heavily watching the market there, ready for the north push, ready for the west push, not ready for the south push, just committing the one player there to be keeping that eye. But, I mean, that goes to show their experience there. They know that it's possible, and they knew to be watching for it. So Noctum's position there crucial for picking up the information needed for the, you know, push to be called out there.
Most definitely, and the Vikings certainly showing how much they've played this map and how they can, you know, they can adjust to many situations. They know where that C4 needs to be placed. They know where they can see that, and they know how to allow that full sense of security that, you know, this angle is open, let's push in. Oh wait, no, Shadow Warrior's got a C4. You cannot truly gauge where the defense is going to be, or even if they're actually there or not. But yes.
In between rounds here, I caught a peek over on our other channel, and it looks like Rome did come out on top on the first map over there, meaning that if Vikings do not win this map, then they could well be out of the running for that second seed. They're going to be unaware of that at this point, but it'll come down at this point, but Vikings versus Rome for who gets that second seed. So this map all the more important for Vikings. Mirror spawns, they did not get quick spawn. Rushers able to take out Caltrop and down Shadow. Shadow got rezzed there. Knocked him versus Destroyer in the south. Destroyer comes out on top, leaving just 3 Vikings up. Imbo able to take out Hondo.
Yeah, and this is such a very aggressive push from Peacekeepers, having, you know, pushing in on the northwest, and also you've got Destroyer now coming in from the south, which I don't think Vikings are going to be prepared for this. This flank could come out and be completely devastating. There, he's found such a strong position, and he's still moving around. And Vikings, with only 2 members now remaining, need to be aware of this, but it isn't really something that you do watch for.
Destroyer able to get Mantis with that flank. Imbo now going to be aware that someone is flanking, but he is now surrounded, and he is opting instead to rush the objective. Does end in a trade. Peacekeepers able to put their point on the board, bringing us up to a 1-1.
It's crazy to think how quick that objective finished. I mean, 1 minute 34, 1 minute 24 seconds, should I say? And yeah, Destroyer read the situation well and used every opportunity he could to be able to get that flank in, which did give Peacekeepers their first point. And they and hopefully that momentum will continue. Are we going to see more Peacekeepers flanking, as Vikings don't really seem to be able to watch that properly with their planning? They're not really focused on that. They're more, you know, getting in there and getting out. So let's see how Peacekeepers adjust to the Vikings defense.
We do move now to another objective here in the mini market on the opposite end of the map in the west. We will see how Peacekeepers attack and how Vikings defend this objective.
It does look like we have just had the predictions in the chat there, with Vikings coming out on top now. So Peacekeepers, you've got to prove these people wrong. You know, I couldn't call it at this present moment in time watching these teams. It is just, they are so different that I just don't know. I couldn't call it.
A smoke comes out on Peacekeepers, sticking on Peacekeepers. It appears Virus still has it attached to his chest. He's now just a running ball of green smoke. And he's tossed that up and out. Left that back at spawn.
Oh, early on.
Rushers trading with Imbo.
Where's he going?
Yep, that certainly seemed like a kind of middle of the road there, and Shadow Warrior
No, let's talk. Let's talk.
I'm open to conversation.
Able to take Squirfy out with C4. Both of those Peacekeepers players just downed, however. Neither confirmed, means they will be able to do some calling out, will be available for revive.
Yeah, kill that guy.
Mantis trying to confirm, not able to.
They're gonna go revive.
Oh, and Squirfy talking to Shadow there, like begging for some form of, you know, just don't kill him basically. But he is getting those call-outs, and whilst all this commotion's going on, Destroyer reading the situation well, but does give away his position now. And Vikings got to be aware of it. We need to be watching this back, and we need to be watching this. Mantis moving around into a great position. Question is he going to be able to take out Destroyer as he pushes in, and very nicely gets around. Takes out Mantis.
Jumps off and takes him. Oh no, but Rushers takes out Destroyer.
And that, I think, probably handed Vikings this defense, but Virus going to get Squirfy, as Shadow Warrior wasn't able to actually finish him off due to the positioning of his body.
Looks like Virus not able to find Squirfy's body. There's a disconnect between where we see it and where the other players see it. So not able to find that body. He does rotate off and prepare for a solo push here. Still has plenty of time. The numbers are not in his favor.
Got the goods and coming back.
Oh, by the sounds of it,
we might see a second attempt at a revive.
Yeah, I think what he was missing was the syringe, to be honest. So is that
he went and scavenged a syringe to go pick up Squirfy.
Everything. You probably don't even
A well played revive there from Virus, able to scavenge a syringe from a dead body there. Is able to get the revive off, bringing us down to a 2-2 at the halftime mark. Just below 3 minutes here.
Not fun. You want me to throw it here?
I mean, fuck it. Let's just go to the corner.
Yeah, there's one playing around the back of this courtyard across from us. So.
Probably.
I think I saw him.
A smoke comes out to cover the cross, but it will give away their position as Shadow Warrior finds Squirfy. Will they expect Virus to also be over here? The smoke is better coverage now, so they're not able to see it, even if they do.
Yeah, there's some very, very well-placed smokes, to be honest, to allow that cross. And yes, Tea Party, it does look like Squirfy's using the bolt action, as I've just seen it on his body as he got shot there, which is a very interesting thing to take. Maybe he's hoping for that, for the use of the Volk drone.
He's on me.
No, I'm not.
Ooh, those shots do connect with Virus. Does hurt him, but doesn't kill him, and then he trades with Shadow Warrior. Peacekeepers go down, and Vikings secure their second point here on Bazaar.
Very interesting state of affairs, really, as it stands, you know, with the team kill coming out onto Destroyer from Rushers there. I think that obviously helped Vikings a lot, because if Destroyer was able to continue his approach from that marketplace, then Vikings would have been in a very difficult position, having to kind of split the remaining two defenders to cover the back and the front. And this objective, there are so many angles that you can actually cap from that as soon as you start splitting that defense up, it becomes a much harder challenge.
Absolutely, and we're finding ourselves in a similar but opposite position as we were on Downfall, where we are still trading Volk rounds, but now with Vikings having started Volk, they are in a position to win if all we do is trade bulk rounds. So it is now Peacekeepers who will have to put up a Marsoc round if they are looking to win this match. Vikings, of course, find themselves in range of a cap victory and might well be looking to take this 4-1 with a cap here on the mini-market objective. With that, we are heading into round 4 for Bazaar. We do see a different spawn here for Vikings, spawning down in the southeast. Looks like they are preparing for a push from the south here, all looking to run west. Might see some break off towards market. Shadow and Caltrop trying to prevent the cross to Kiot. Shadow able to down Squirfy. Only down though, still revivable. Destroyer looking to get the res up on that.
Lads, I'm
Not quite in position to do so yet. Squirfy's on the other side of the street from him.
Oh!
Meanwhile, Hondo and Caltrop, almost in knifing range of each other, do both go down. So Hondo is able to be confirmed. Caltrop able to be rezzed. A lot of good call-outs going to be there from Hondo, but unfortunately that leaves Vikings with 5 up still. And with Destroyer now attempting a hard flank in the south, the Squirfy body is just going to be sitting there, left to call out to make sure nobody is pushing around from the north.
I'm not sure what's going on here. I'm genuinely not sure what's going on between Embo and Caltrop right now. There is some weapon throwing. Destroyer's on his way around, and they're playing with these guns.
Destroyer is able to pick one up,
which gave away his position, unfortunately. And Mantis finding a pick of his own onto Russia's. Very quickly, we are down to the single member of Peacekeepers, and Virus having to defend all alone.
It's not looking good for Peacekeepers as Vikings still have 3 up. Virus in a good position to prevent a cap here, but he is now heavily smoked out from Caltrop and Noctum. Mantis is going to be able to make this cross here uncontested due to all the smoke, and he could be in for a cap.
Question is just, how do they know that this is the remaining member, and are they planning for this? As we've seen in the last, in the downfall round, they do tend to maybe take the last defender out, but like that.
Virus rotated to be able to watch that objective and prevent the cap, but it did mean his death, and now Vikings are up 3-1. Peacekeepers are going to have their work cut out for them if they are going to slow down this momentum from Vikings.
Most definitely, but let's not forget, you know, some of these teams thrive on that kind of pressure. Vikings obviously starting to get a little bit more looser in their play, and I think Peacekeepers are going to end up capitalizing on that. Destroyer very nearly punished them for the messing around there, and will hopefully Peacekeepers can keep that momentum going and just put a stop to it.
We do see a new objective here. This one is one of the newest ones put on the map. This is the tank objective in the east. This objective is a little bit harder to cap on than most others here. We do see some smoke caps occasionally, but this one is wide open. But that also means it's a little harder for the defense to set up good lines to stop them from coming in here. I am expecting Vikings, though, to be able to pull that off. They have had a solid defense all evening. I'm expecting kind of a tight defense here, leaving at least 4 players to surround the objective. Perhaps we'll have one, maybe Caltrop, head out for a little bit of a flank here. You can call him out as a bit of an unknown or a player unlikely to play like the rest. So it'll be interesting to see how he handles this as Vikings look to secure their map and possibly the second seed. We do head in now to round number 5. Peacekeepers spawning in the far northwest, about as far away from the objective as you can get here. A little bit of fire from Squirfy giving away their spawn. A little unusual at this level of play, but based on who we're talking about, I'm betting that that is intentional. We do see some more smoke being thrown out here from Peacekeepers.
The red dumpster.
Just looking to cover this cross. Embo and Destroyer trade. Destroyer still revivable, however. That does bring us down to only 3 Vikings left.
Very quickly how the tables do change. I mean, Russia's with an excellent pick as well onto a member of Vikings, and certainly opens up this approach.
Absolutely. Shadow Warrior trying to keep an eye on the north. Mantis just kind of listening, I think. He's just kind of hanging out in blue room here, probably trying to get audio cues from Squirfy's position.
So one of my teammates might be an asshole, and they might have revived him, alright? It's not my fault. I didn't do it.
Mantis, a good pickup onto Hondo there. Will kill the north push. We're now seeing 2 in the center and 2 in the far south. Those 2 will have to deal with Noctum's position if they are going to move forward. Shadow Warrior able to take out Squirfy while Virus is throwing down some cover fire. Virus now attempting to peek onto Mantis, does go down.
I killed another one.
Wow.
Now we see Rushers and Destroyer. Destroyer tailing down to Noctum. We are left with 1v3. The remaining 3 Vikings just not giving any ground here. Noctum finds Rushers in the south, securing the map for Vikings. With Vikings having taken now both maps of this series, it will all come down to the final map between Rome and Error 404 as to who gets the second seed. You can catch that action live right now on twitch.tv/VRMasterLeague, where Error 404 and Rome are now competing to determine if it is Vikings or Rome that moves on. Error 404, of course, have already secured their spot as one of the seeds, but they are now duking it out right now to determine if Error 404 is first or second, and whether it's Vikings or Rome that moves on.
Definitely, it's been a very interesting day, really, watching Vikings come through and you know, come from behind to be able to take the wins, and they've done so well today. But all teams really, when we've been watching them, you know, putting in the work, showing that they all supposed to be here. You know, it's been a lot of back and forth. There's been so many great plays. It's been so fantastic to be able to cast and to watch these teams go at it. So thank you all for all taking part, for all and everyone who's been watching today. It's thank you all, really. But on that note, I think we're going to be finishing off here now, as obviously Vikings have taken that win, as Visceral said. So more than likely they may be taking that second seed. If you jump over to the VR Master League other channel, you will see Rome taking on Error 404 still in a grudge battle on the Subway. So that is definitely one not to be missed. But from us here on VRML 1, we are going to be signing out. So final goodbye from me, Visceral. Any closing statement from yourself?
I will be posting a link over to our other channel in case you're not already watching the action over there. Thank you all for joining us, and have a wonderful, wonderful day.
Thank you all. Thanks again. So long, and good night.